Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence, and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale what is. Let your body settle even more. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely. Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported by whatever is beneath them. There is nothing you need to do right now, except be here, what is. From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question. What is?
Just that.
What is? Don't try to answer it with your thinking mind. Simply hold the question and see what rises on its own.
What is?
What comes into your awareness right now? It might be a thought.
It might be a feeling.
It might be an image, a memory,
a question,
or a quiet knowing. It might be a sensation in your body, a tightness somewhere, or a softness.
It might be the sound of your own breath, or sounds from the room around you.
It might be nothing at all.
Just spacious silence.
Whatever it is,
notice it.
Don't push it away.
Don't try to change it.
Just watch it arrive.
What is?
Now ask yourself very gently, why did this particular thing come forward right now?
What is it trying to show me?
And then ask the deeper question.
How might this be valuable to all of us?
How might this help us understand what is actually going on in this existence we are all sharing?
What is?
There is no pressure for it to be profound.
It can be simple.
It can be strange.
It can be personal.
It can be cosmic.
It can be a question you've been carrying.
Or something you feel the collective needs to hear. Whatever has arisen.
Let it be exactly what wants to be known through you in this moment.
Breathe with it.
What is?
Let yourself stay here a little longer.
Notice if anything else is moving through you now.
What else is present?
What else wants to be seen?
What is? When something clear has formed.
Or even if it is still soft and unclear.
When you feel the impulse to bring it into the circle, you are warmly invited to click the link pinned in the chat, or the link in the video description below.
Come and join us live.
Tell us what came to you when you asked what is.
And tell us why you feel it matters for you.
And for all of us, your insight,
your question,
your feeling,
your vision.
it all belongs here.
There is no wrong thing to bring.
Only what is true for you in this moment. If you are too shy to come on,
Ask yourself why.
what are you afraid of?
What is holding you back?
Maybe it is holding us all back in our ability to get together.
Maybe we need to talk about it.
You can also simply type whatever you want in the live chat.
Remember,
Words matter,
they affect our thoughts
and our thoughts affect what we do.
and how we feel.
Be careful what you say.
Be careful what you type.
Your words have power here,
They help shape the space we are creating together.
so speak from this quiet place.
Or type from this quiet place.
Whatever feels true for you right now.
We are here to receive it with open hearts.
There is no judgment,
Only presence.
only listening.
Only connection.
Take one more breath. And when you are ready, open your eyes if they are closed,
Click the link.
and come share what has been brought to the fore of your awareness.
We are waiting for you.
With open arms, open minds.
And open hearts.
What is? What is ready to emerge through you right now?
What is it that wants to be known?
Not just by you, but by all of us.
What is?
Hello, everybody. I do hope you are exceedingly well. I want to welcome D Prophet, who's just become a YouTube member. Brother, good to have you here, mate. He says, cheers, mates. Well, mate, you can come on the Discord now. There is a Discord for members, so do feel most welcome to join that. And hopefully you'll come along on September the 1st to the members meeting here. And we can talk about possible changes to the format of the show. Maybe you can help steer the direction of it, see where it goes. It is a living thing, and it will evolve to suit the requirements of members, audience, participants, and the zeitgeist. Hello to Cougar Duma, who says, food crisis incoming. Wrap your head around it. Yes, most worrying indeed, Kugaduma. Most worrying indeed. So hopefully you'll get on today, if not very soon, if not now, in the next few minutes. Okay, hello to Objective Ethics, who says, good afternoon, everyone. Very cordial as always. Good to see you, OE. And OE, I got your email. OE wants to debate on the channel in relation to veganism. Yes, I don't really like debating, to be honest with you, but I am interested. I'm not sure about the proposition. Veganism is a net negative for animals on the planet. Is that right, OE? Something like that. It's going to be a difficult argument I see where you're going with it, OE. That's the problem. But, you know, I personally do care about rights violations against individuals. But as usual, philosophy is difficult. And there are arguments from different sides that make sense on their own 2 feet, unfortunately. And that is unfortunate because, you know, getting consensus, getting agreement is very fucking difficult. As well, Kenny knows. Kenny, you're live on the Fighting Gnosis show. Before you start, how do you feel about this problem of getting to consensus, brother? Isn't it tiresome, or is it enjoyable for you?
Hi, DNW.
Hello, brother. Did you hear what
Hi.
I said?
If you got something playing in the background, the
Oh,
finding
sorry.
Gnosis.
Oh dear.
The
Oh dear. Oh
impulse to
dear.
bring it into the
Oh
circle.
dear. Have I? Oh dear. Sorry about that. Does that mean nobody heard me say anything? Did you hear me thanking?
I heard you say a few things, but I was checking my YouTube to see if I had another show of
Okay.
yours playing in the background accidentally.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I balls that up. I really am becoming quite bad at this. I didn't know I could get worse. The other day, what was it I did the other day? Oh yeah, I was talking away, waiting for people without even putting the link up for them to join. You think I'd get the hang of that by now? D Profit, thanks for joining. OE, good to see you, brother. Cougar Duma, do come on. Cougar said he heard everything. And Chickpea is here. She says, according to SOT, it has been snowing in Yemen. So, Kenny, you've come on today, brother, looking very dapper in your hat. What would you like to say, sir?
Yeah, I'd like to say I'm currently 48 hours into my 10-day water fast.
Oh, yes, you did say you're doing a water fast. So, literally, no food, no liquid. Now, you're 48 hours in.
You can't have no liquids, Christ. You've got to have water.
Oh, sorry. No, it's a water fast. Sorry. There are actually dry fasts, Kenny. You can do a dry fast as well. I've heard about that. But
I've done a dry fast before.
How long for? 2 days or something? Maximum?
No, just like 20 hours.
20 hours, yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Because
20 hours.
3 days would be dangerous, wouldn't it, if it was a water fast?
Yeah.
Sorry, a dry fast.
I've heard, there's a guy who wrote a book, actually, and it's on Amazon, called The Phoenix Protocol. And he claims that you can do a dry fast for up to a whole week, you know, but that's like really dangerous. You have to get everything right. And you can't, if you're going to do a dry fast for a whole week, you literally cannot go out the house. You can't move. You have to stay still, you know, but that's too extreme for me.
Yeah.
I like to do a water fast. And I've done my 10,000 steps today. I walked 5 miles as well. That helps you also maintain lean muscle mass.
I was going to say, Kenny, that's the thing. I did a water fast back in, I think it was 2020. I did it for a week. And you're actually at that stage now, Kenny, 48 hours where you stop feeling hungry. I remember that. It was like about 2 days in, you get used to the not eating. Are you at that stage yet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
And
I feel great.
So are you? So what about? I mean, what about electrolytes? Are you taking electrolytes?
I'm going to wait until after 5 days before I start taking electrolytes. The reason being is because I've done a 7-day water fast before in 2019, which Danny Shine actually witnessed. Because I sent him a photograph of myself after I'd finished it, and he went, "Wow." He was gobsmacked at how much weight I'd lost, you know? And I actually looked underweight, because after you've done a fast, your face kind of becomes drawn in, you know, because it's not getting any nutrients. And my mate, Nelson, who owns a cafe in Holborn, I went to him and his girlfriend, I went, "Nah, man, that's dangerous. You need to stop. You've lost enough weight now." I went, "Nah, man, you're too fat. You're overweight. You need to stop eating, man." You know, it's so, yeah.
Yeah.
When you start eating again, your face kind of fills out a little bit more. But I put on too much weight over the heat waves.
Yeah, but
because when there's a heat wave,
you eat ice cream. You said,
yeah. I start eating ice cream to cool down and ice lollies, and then I use that to justify having pizza. And I think to myself, well, if I'm having ice cream, I mean,
10 days. What about? Are you worried about? Are you going to still do weight training and stuff? Because I know you go to the gym. What are you going to do for your muscles during that period?
I'm going to wait until after I've lost the weight before going back to the gym.
So basically, for the 10 days, you're going to take it easy. Just do walking, is it?
That's correct. I'll do body weight squats, and I'm going to start doing press ups and the plank as well to strengthen my posture and maintain some lean muscle mass.
during this fast.
Yeah,
Okay.
but not too intense. So maybe like
Yeah.
just 2 sets of 20 press ups and 2
Okay.
sets of 20 squats each day. That's just enough to communicate to your body. I need this muscle mass. I can't lose it. So your body doesn't metabolize it.
Yeah. Good man.
You will, during a 10-day water fast, you will inevitably metabolize some muscle mass, but you will metabolize a lot less if you're doing squats, press ups, and walking 5 miles every day than what you would if you were just doing nothing.
Really? Really? Doing the squats?
Yeah.
Interesting. Why is that?
Body weight squats. Yeah.
I wonder why that is.
Because your body's communicating your muscles by using them. That it needs those muscles.
Yeah, but I thought it would be calling out for protein.
Then it uses the fat instead of the muscle. As fuel. Yeah.
Clever. Body is clever.
And also,
so as long as you don't overdo it, you just do just the right minimal amount. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, your growth hormone goes up by the 48-hour mark by like something like 2,000%, I think.
What the hell?
Let me check that.
Kenny, you might come out of this with a bigger dick.
How much does your growth hormone increase during a water fast? Some sources on YouTube have said it's about 2,000%.
Human growth hormone levels increase significantly from 300% to over 1,200%, which is a 3 to 14-fold increase.
Okay, so that's at 48 hours, but do they drop back down by the end of, is there a rapid drop in that, in that, like along the way, or does it stay elevated?
I don't know, but here it says the timeline for human growth hormone levels are 24 hours. Human growth hormone levels experience a profound spike. Studies show an average 5-fold, 500% increase in men and up to a 14-fold, 1,400% increase in women. Individuals starting with low baseline human growth hormones can see surges up to 1,225% within the first day. After 48 hours, which is where I am now, the body enters deep metabolic adaptation. Human growth hormone levels consistently maintain a 300 to 500% elevation above basal levels to maximize fat burning while protecting lean muscle tissue. 72 hours to 5 days, extended multi-day fasts continuously amplify the body's natural pulsatile rhythms. Research noted in Medicine.net indicates that over multiple days of fasting, integrated 24-hour human growth hormone concentration and can remain elevated for 3 to 5 times your standard baseline. And that helps with muscle preservation, insulin suppression, and ghrelin activation. The hunger hormone ghrelin rises during a fast, according to Huberman Lab Insights. Ghrelin mimics the growth hormone releasing hormone GHRH in the brain, actively stimulating your pituitary gland to release more human growth hormone. And one other trick that I've learned during fasting is to drink sparkling water, because the carbonated water expands in your stomach, which makes you feel full more, than just drinking just still water. So that suppresses your hunger.
Interesting. Yeah, Kenny, because you've done this a few times. You're an expert at this. They do say, Kenny, that it's bad for your hair. I mean, you obviously haven't noticed that, have you? Because you've got a good head of hair. But I have heard that fasting and keto are bad. I have heard that fasting and keto are bad for your hair. It makes your hair fall out. That's what I've heard.
That's just a myth, and I've researched that. I'm going to recommend a book to anyone that wants to get into fasting and weight loss. Right? 1 second.
Right, guys. Anybody else want to come on? Please do. Says they got to do a social media fast. Chickpea says she lost 8 pounds in the heat wave, so now she can gorge on whatever she wants to put it back on. There you go. I can't see
bright.
that. It's very bright. Yeah, there we go. A guide to fasting, the complete guide to fasting, international bestseller. The Wall Street Journal bestseller. Sorry. Who's it by?
Jason Fung with also Jimmy Moore. Yeah.
Kenny, it is bloody hard work to get to that 48-hour mark. I tell you, it is hard. I found it around, I don't know about you, but around 40 hours in, 40. That's when I was getting really hungry. It was that 40-hour mark. The last 8 hours.
Especially walking past these fucking lovely cake shops as well.
Yeah. But you're over that now.
Earlier on this afternoon, the shops I was walking past and the smell was coming out. Oh, man.
Yeah.
But, that's what self-discipline is all about. Self-discipline is about no feeling the temptation. It's about feeling the temptation, but going ahead with your mission anyway.
Yes. So stoic in mind, heart, and in how you carry your body, Kenny. So, Kenny, when you do go back, you'll go lightly into because people say you should have soup at first and all that. Is that what you do? What do you do when you break the fast after 10 days?
Yeah, so when I previously done a 7-day water fast, I broke my fast with a tomato soup from Pret a Manger.
Okay.
And then after that, I was just having salad for the first 2 days and juicy fruits.
Pret a Manger. Wow. That's a fucking... That's going to cost an arm and a leg.
Soup, salad, and juicy fruit on the first 2 days after the fast, I would say.
RU says it's easy for Scots to be stoic because they tend to be so stubborn. A little bit of casual racism there from RU.
Not take that as a compliment. Scottish people, we have a
stand their ground.
Very impressive CV when it comes to our inventions and that kind of stuff. We punch above our weight for sure. It's just part of our temperament.
Yes, Chickpea. Is that Daisy?
That's Daisy.
RU says he is half Scottish.
Oh, you are Grump. You're supposed to say hello to Daisy.
RYU, is they in the UK?
Yeah. Somewhere. I think they're up north somewhere. Where are you, RU? Right. Hello, Daisy. Oh, no, yes, you should report yourself for racism against half of yourself, yeah.
Oh, dear me.
No, he did call you stubborn, Kenny. That's generally taken as a slight. Stubborn. I mean,
that's one other story in the news that's quite bizarre that I'd like to address as well.
Oh, right. What part are you? He says he's down the south. What part?
Oh, right, I'm in London.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, so did you hear about the woman in America that murdered her 3 children and then tried to kill herself? And all the feminists, the left-wing liberal feminists, are all like getting some sort of weird solidarity and defending her.
I heard...
That's fucking strange, just because she suffered from postpartum depression.
I didn't read the story, but I heard about it from some of the Americans on one of the streams this week.
Right. Can I go into my Instagram and share the story?
Well, you can, but don't share any personal stuff, Kenny. Remember,
I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
What do you mean by personal stuff?
Well, I mean, any of your DMs ran by mistake. I don't know.
Nah. No.
Oi, Grump.
Right, let me get this up.
Yes, Chickpea.
Could you at least said hi, Chickpea?
Hello, I did say Chickpea. I did say hello, Chickpea. Hello, Chickpea.
Grump.
This dude here, The Mind, says women are creepy.
Speak for yourself, you silly little man.
There you go, The Mind. Speak for yourself, you silly little man. So she's both calling you a woman and a man at the same time.
Silly
Speak for yourself.
Little. Oi. Oi.
Yes, Chickpea. Kenny, are you ready to show that? It's an interesting topic. I mean, do we generally go easy women who are the perpetrators of crime than men.
Right.
Because they're women, do we take more leniency towards them? Do we have more
Yeah, of
sympathy,
course,
empathy for
of
them?
course.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Interesting. And
Right,
is
let
that
me,
a good or a bad thing?
Since when do women get treated less thingy than men? I've never been in trouble with the police, but since when have women been treated more kindly than men? I'd love to know. I mean, I wouldn't know because I've never known anyone who's been in prison, so I don't know where you're getting that from.
Okay, I'm sharing Instagram now, DNW. Let me know and I'll press play on this clip.
Yeah, go for it.
Good evening, I'm Lorenzo. The fact that literally millions of mothers are defending a woman who strangled her 3 young children to death should tell you all that you need to know about the state of woke liberal women in 2026. Lindsay Clancy strangled her 3 children to death, age 5, 3, and 8 months old. The reason she's in a wheelchair right now is that she attempted to commit suicide by cutting herself and jumping from a window after killing her kids. Clancy's supporters are arguing that she should not be held accountable due to a postpartum mental health. But it gets worse. Millions of women across the entire nation are doing. They are posting videos on the internet with their babies saying, "Same Lindsay." What do you even mean, same Lindsay? Can you see how selfish these people are? They see themselves there. They don't even care that 3 young children are dead. Also, non-influencers such as Candice Owens are stating
Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty. There are a fleet of doctors.
These sociopaths are even blaming her husband and the doctors. I mean, what's going on? The sad part is that these people can all vote. That's what woke feminism has brought us. So let me tell you something. The only thing Lindsay Clancy deserves is to end the rest of her useless, shitty life in prison. Because a woman that killed her 3 children is not a victim. It's a monster and deserves to be locked up for life. Ciao. Good evening. I'm
There you go. Kenny, so you don't think that she was out of her mind? She was batshit crazy due to some kind of mental health crisis. And that is why she did it. There wasn't any necessarily evil thoughts in her that were sound-minded. Well, when I say sound-minded, she wasn't in charge, Kenny. There was an overarching mental health problem. Do you think that was? It wasn't really her. It's okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't buy that. That doesn't mean that you're not to be held criminally responsible for your own actions, because many people, when they kill someone, are going through a mental health crisis at the time, usually through provocation.
Yeah,
you need to control yourself. If you're suffering from postpartum depression and your thoughts are that fucking bad and evil, what you do is you kill yourself and not your children.
Grumps.
Or you go and get help.
Children just as much as women do, okay?
Sorry?
Men kill their children just as much as women do. The numbers are pretty equal.
Maybe actually more so. I would say probably more men kill children. But
the numbers are not the issue. The numbers are that when women do it, people like DNW and all these woke feminists make excuses for them, and it's just unacceptable.
Kenny, don't put words in my mouth. I never did that.
I heard what you said, DNW. You were hypothesizing that she's maybe not responsible.
Yeah, but Kenny, it is difficult, right? If we are to be a grown-up society, right? I'm not saying don't lock her up. She needs to be locked up. She's clearly dangerous. She's got a serious mental health problem. But you know, so maybe the problem is how we talk about these people. Like we talk about them in maybe archaic terms, you know, as if they are really in charge of who they are. I don't think they are. I think they're batshit crazy, and they need to be locked up for that reason. Just as a schizophrenic who's hearing voices and goes out into town stabbing people needs to be locked up. It's unfortunate. It's sad. but these people aren't in charge of who they are. But I'm not gonna, stand here calling her evil. She is a human being with a predisposition to a serious mental health problem.
The only time where I would, the only time where I would defend a woman in committing murder is if she's committing murder against a seriously abusive husband or someone who's making her feel like her life's at risk. Here we're talking about 3 innocent children, DNW.
No, I'm not. Again, you seem to. I'm not defending her. I'm just saying some of the problems in society are thinking that people are in charge of what they're doing. And we need to perhaps wake up that there are people out there with mental health problems doing terrible things. And I would say first port of call here would be, I don't know the ins and outs of this. Was there any evidence given to her GP, to whoever was looking after her healthcare? Was there any evidence that she had this serious mental health problem? If so, was there enough evidence?
Can I just point something out?
She should have been taken in.
Yeah. Can I just point something out? Doesn't Frank look a bit like a lesbian?
No, not at all. Unless lesbians look like cool young men. Is that what you're saying?
Well, a lot of them do, actually. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kennedy.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Frank will have stuff to say about this because he's got a keen interest in criminology and criminal cases, that kind of thing. Go ahead, Frank.
I welcome Frank's viewpoints and to hear what he's got to say on the matter, unless he wants to talk about something else.
I mean, this entire case is about if she needs to go to jail or to a mental institution, right?
Can you repeat that, please?
I said this entire case is whether she goes to jail or to a mental institution.
Yeah.
What would you say, Kenny? Would you say send her to jail or send her to a mental institution?
Well, wherever she goes, she needs to be incarcerated. We have to. That's why there's a court case on. They have to really get into her mind and her motives first and see exactly what's happened. It may be very well that it's in her best interest to go to a mental institution, but she needs to be locked up wherever she goes for many, many years.
Should she be rehabilitated, Kenny, and released?
If the parole panel decides that she has been rehabilitated, that's for them to pass judgment on that. I'm not going to comment.
We're on the same page, Kenny. We're on the same page. There isn't a disagreement here.
Right.
And that is why this court case is going on, because the discussion is not the essentially what she has is postpartum depression, and that is a real thing. A lot of people that have children have that, and usually they take their own lives. Kenny, I have to agree with that. But there are a lot of cases as well where they take other people their lives as well, and especially their own born. There's a special terminology for that. It's called infanticide. So it does happen.
Did you say, sorry, Frank, did you say taking the lives of the unborn?
No. Taking the lives of their born.
They're born. They're
of their
born
own children, yeah.
Right,
Guys,
so newly born babies, right?
Yes.
Guys,
Right.
there used to be just one
I think
thing.
the Democrats are trying to legalize that, are they not?
There used to be a rule in ancient Rome where any father could kill one of his children or any of his children and not be held accountable under Roman law. It was his right to do so.
Ottoman Empire still. It used to
go.
be in the Ottoman Empire as well.
Yeah, Cougar Duma says he firmly supports the right of a woman to kill her offspring even until they are old enough to defend themselves. He says it does not apply to anyone. It does not apply to anyone else having the same privilege. Sorry, I'm laughing because of J.E.'s,
that's insane. I can't believe Cougar Doomer even thought about
Cougar Doomer. You
that
got
out.
to fucking actually come on and defend that. Although it's impossible to defend morally.
Yeah.
Come on and fucking speak about why you believe that. You sound sick in the head.
I can't believe I'm actually agreeing with Kenny on something. This is insane.
Cougar says he's not trolling. This is actual biology.
No,
I mean,
that's not justifiable. This is not a conversation that should even be happening. That's not okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a godless society. That's what it looks like.
Crikey. Crikey.
No, this is unacceptable. We can't be justifying this whatsoever. That's evil.
Yeah, I think Cougar.
I don't think it's a justification, because people in chat are also saying that this is about legal terminology, and it's about whether she goes to regular jail or that she gets an undisputed time into a mental health institute.
That's right.
No,
this is unacceptable.
There is no.
That's unacceptable. I don't think anybody disputes with you, my man.
No, well, clearly some people in the comments actually think it is acceptable, which is insane.
Really?
Yeah, but didn't Cougar Doomer just say something? And this other lady.
That which brings up a good point, actually. She says most of us would be dead if our mothers had the right to kill us. That's a bit harsh. I know I got hit with the wooden spoon a few times, but I'm not sure if she would have wielded an axe at me.
See the scar on my lip?
Yeah. Well, somewhere. Go ahead. I'll take your word for it.
That was my mum that threw a teaspoon at me when I was 3 years old. After I told her to, she said, I said to her, "Get lost," and she went fucking berserk and threw a spoon at me.
Yeah, that wasn't on. But she didn't know any better. I'm sure that wasn't on. Sorry that happened.
But again, and I'm not a misogynist or anything, but this just, the amount of women that showed up to support her, this just shows how wicked women can be at times. I'm tired of just...
Always has been that way.
Yeah, but I'm tired of society just coddling women and making them not accountable for their actions and making it feel like they can just do and say anything and just get away with it. No, we as men need to step up and start calling this bullshit out.
Patrick says
also you'll find that most of these women are Democrat voters and not Republican voters.
Patrick says Cougar Doomer says, I brought you into this world. I have the right to take you out of it. He's just relaying what he thinks Cougar Doomer says. And Cougar Doomer says Patrick is correct. That's what he thinks. So he thinks that if somebody brings you into the world, they should have the right to take you out of it.
No, absolutely not. No, we're not. This shouldn't even be a conversation. That's just wrong. Come on now.
Maybe you should write a book about
it. But no, I can't believe we're even having this conversation. This should be an automatic,
100 days.
Immediate.
It was 100 days.
No.
Takes on a more sinister fucking notion now. I mean, maybe that's the next book he's writing. It was 80 days. The child that lived for 80 days before the mother killed it.
Wow, we have really regressed as a society. I'm shocked at how people are just okay with this. This is insane.
Nobody is okay with it. I haven't seen anybody in the chat supporting him.
Well, they're tacitly supporting it, right? They're saying that if you're a parent and you make a child, it's your right to be able to take them out of the world. That's not okay. Absolutely not.
He says he has always claimed to be a savage. He goes by kind of the rules of the animal kingdom. That's kind of his thing.
I've seen Cougar Doomer's videos on YouTube, actually. And if you look at his nose, you can tell he likes a good fucking whiskey. That is a whiskey drinker's nose he's got. A lot of priests in Scotland have that same nose, that purple hooter. He looks like, Gonzo for the fucking Muppet Show or something.
I'm not sure he actually drinks at all, but there you go. And,
he loves whiskey. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be bourbon in America? But yeah, they probably drink whiskey as well over there.
No, America's the biggest importer of Scotch whiskey. Scottish whiskey.
There you go. Yeah. Patrick says there should be forced sterilization. He kind of agrees.
No, I don't agree with that. No. Again, I'm not someone who supports people having kids necessarily, like I've explained the last time we spoke, but this is insane. We can't be justifying killing kids and forcing people to what this is insane. No.
Yes, it is. By the way, I don't condone it. I don't condone people killing anybody.
No, that's what I'm upset about it. Again, like I said,
except in self-defense when they are reacting against someone trying to kill them.
Right, I agree, but again, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Kenya on something for probably the first time ever. This shouldn't even be a conversation. This is wrong. What you did was wrong, and it's unacceptable. And the fact that so many people, especially women, are supporting her is just it just shows how bad a spot society is.
Then what is the argument exactly about? Is it more about the legal question, if she go to jail or into a mental institute, or that the people that supporting her are just all females?
No, well, it's all of that. It's the fact that she should be in jail, and it's.
I think you're missing something, Jay. I think you're missing something. I think the outcry isn't necessarily in support of her as a killer. It's in support of her as a victim of a serious mental health condition that perhaps isn't being dealt with by society. Maybe as a society, we have to do more to support new mothers, to check on their mental health. Maybe that is the problem. Maybe that is what people are outcrying about, that women aren't getting enough support. And this is the terrible result of that. This shouldn't have happened, because maybe there should have been more welfare checkups on her. Maybe there should be a system in place where women are literally checked on every day for a certain period after giving birth. Maybe we need to do more for new mothers.
No, but again, I don't know the ins and outs of the entire case, but from what I've seen and heard, like she was given like more than ample support by her husband, her family, and whatnot. She had like a lot of support, so that shouldn't be an excuse in this case. Like, people are just making excuses for her because she's a woman. That's what I feel like.
And they've started blaming the men, saying it's all the husbands and the doctor's fault. It's never the woman's fault.
It's ridiculous. I've seen a lot of people blame the husband. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. We need to stop letting women just walk all over us as men. We need to stop doing that and just blaming us for everything.
You guys have issue with that? Because I don't.
What do you mean you don't have an issue with? No, women need to be held accountable for their actions.
Depends what kind of stilettos they're wearing.
Wow.
No, but I get the concept that Kenny is bringing up, though, and it has been infectious.
Before this conversation goes, what I meant is that now this woman has murdered her own children. I think they should lock her up. I think that while she is locked up, she should undergo some serious self-analysis of what happened and why it happened. But I don't think that she should be allowed to have more children. So if they do decide to let her go, I think that they should make sure, for her own safety and the safety of future human beings, that she's not allowed to be a mother again.
So you're saying that she should be forcibly sterilized?
I mean, look, you can't.
She can have a choice. Either she can stay in custody for the rest of her natural born life, or limit her access to having children again, because she obviously can't handle being a mother.
Well, you see, Patrick, that would open up, I would say, a necessity to treat other people similarly. And at the moment, for example, there are many people who have schizophrenia and they do terrible things, and then they get rehabilitated and go on to become parents. But they may not have actually harmed their own children, but they have harmed somebody due to their, ill mental health. Are you suggesting that it would expand to cover all people with serious mental health conditions? Once you've been diagnosed with a serious mental health condition, you would have to be sterilized? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, that was a good question, and in my own mind, I hadn't actually taken it that far. But
that's where you'd kind of that's where you could see it going to. And is that what you would also support?
I think that if there was way more vigilance around mental health, and it was far more accessible for people to be able to ring that bell. I know that it's become, in the last 20 years, pretty much all.
I'm going to go into listening mode now.
Thank you, Kenny. Kenny.
Thank you.
The reason I asked that, because I read something about a guy who stabbed someone when he was apparently under some kind of schizophrenic delusion or paranoia, and he didn't go to jail. He went to some kind of hospital, got out after like 2 years, and he went on to start a family himself and had a few kids, and apparently he's perfectly fine now. Do you think what he did was wrong? We should have prevented him from having a family?
Well, we know that schizophrenia is something that can be managed. And we also know that lots of people that suffer schizophrenia.
But so can depression, right? If that can be managed, right?
Schizophrenia.
Yeah, but schizophrenia manifests itself differently than depression. Like,
and by the way, I'm not so sure about what you said about schizophrenia. At the moment, they seem to have terrible outcomes, and I don't know if they. I think that unfortunately, the clinical statistics show that it's not very well treated. Unfortunately, at the moment.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Even with the best of modern medicine, schizophreniacs can have episodes. And those episodes can cause harm to themselves and harm to others. And does a schizophrenic person that can't truly trust themselves want to be responsible for another person's life?
Now, Cougar Duma says global heating is going to kill hundreds of millions of children. Mothers will kill their offspring to save themselves and stop the suffering of their children. There you go. Okay, OE's joined the fray.
No,
sorry. That OE's joined the fray, guys.
Can I just say something, Grumps, about this woman?
You're going to.
Grumps, can I say something about this woman?
As a woman, yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying, okay, it's quite possible she was suffering from some kind of depression or whatever, but we live in the world, and I know what I'm saying because I suffer myself from suicidal depression. And when we're always being told you must be happy and be clappy, but if you're depressed, oh my God, you mustn't talk about it. So I know what she's going through. I was just lucky enough to know not to have children, whereas she wasn't. Because it's no job for a woman who suffers from depression or any kind of mental imbalance.
Traditional Rose says few and far between schizophrenic people are actually violent. I've heard that they're more likely to be the victims of crime than the perpetrators of it. And I think that's when they are placed against an average Joe as well, not just... Yeah, there you go. We have OE. OE's here. Let OE... You've already spoken.
Just 1 second, please, honestly.
Cougar
Duma is talking about a world where the law of governance, where there's total panic, starvation, hunger, We don't live in that world. Most of us live in a world where we can reach out to a health professional. We all have that ability. So therefore, crimes of this nature can be prevented, and I think that we should respect that.
We should respect that crimes could be prevented. Totally agree with you.
Thank you for that, Specman. OE, brother, you're muted at the moment. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, I think there's some really interesting perspectives being shared on the panel, excuse me, and in the chat. I just couldn't help it. I had to come on here and I think kind of clear the air a little bit. And I think DNW is actually trying to do this himself, but to no avail. I think that people are just not listening to what he's saying. They've got their head down in the dirt, buried in the sand, as it were. The people, the impression that I'm under, first of all, nobody knows the hearts and minds of people. So we should stop pathologizing to that degree, right? The assumption that I'm making based on what I've seen is that these quote unquote supporters are actually trying to draw attention and shine a light on mental health issues, not to say that this woman's behavior is acceptable. And I think that's a really important distinction to make, because I think that some of the people like Kenny and some others are saying, oh, these people are terrible for supporting this woman. I don't know that it's actually even about this woman. I think it's more, she's become an archetype for a situation that needs to be looked at.
Yeah, but there are better examples that they could have used. Like I still
what
think
are you
a lot of
talking about, Jay. No. This is the most extreme example. This is what happens when you let things get so bad. This is the end result.
This is what's in our. This is what's in our face currently. This is what's currently in our face, so that's why it's being brought out now. To say there's better examples, this is the most relevant example, and it's DW says it's very extreme, so it's going to get the media attention. And so I just think that there's a lot of nuance there. That while there may very well be some people in that crowd that are supporting her for nefarious or foolish reasons or whatever, I think the majority, from what I've seen, the majority of these people are simply trying to draw attention to something that I think we could all agree on is an important issue that needs to be discussed. As far as the Oh, just to touch on really quick, a couple things have been said here. So Cougar Doomer's comment, that's completely off the rails, in my opinion. I do find him to be an extremist in a lot of ways. And like all extremists, I can only go so far with their ideas. Although I agree with him about environmental issues and stuff like that. As an environmentalist myself, I just don't go to the extremes on anything really in life. And so I think that ending the lives of your children at any age is insane. I do support abortion because I support a woman's right to choose what to do with her body. But that's her body. Once the child is born, they become a person, and they then have the same inalienable rights, so to speak, that we give to any other person to remain consistent. So to say that the parents can do whatever is, to me, just a breakdown in ethics and a breakdown in normativity. But I do support abortion, and I think that more women should be having abortions because I think that we should find ethical ways to thin the population, so to speak. Like we are overpopulated this planet already, and it's getting worse, not better. Although the population growth is slowing, that's a good sign. I think that we need to find ethical ways to encourage people to have less children. I think around 2 billion people would be a perfect number for this planet. It would be a great number. We'd have enough people to support and sustain technologies and infrastructures, enough people to share resources, and diversity in the gene pool that we would need to survive, viruses and things of this nature. So yeah, I think that we could definitely cut about 6 billion people out of the picture if we could find an ethical way to do it. And abortion is one of those ways. Offing your children after they're born is not one of the ethical ways to do it, though.
Thank you. Wow, J.E. I mean, look, when terrible things happen like this, clearly as society, we have to ask the question, how can we prevent this from happening again? And that's all that's going on here, Jay. People are looking at this and they're seeing that this is something that could happen again if we don't get our shit together. It's something that's happened before. It's something that could happen again. Many women are coming forward and saying they have this postpartum, depression, postnatal depression. And basically, they have these thoughts, Jay. So that's what's going on here. People are saying this is fucking awful. They don't want it. They don't want it to be repeated.
I understand.
As an adult society, we need to wake up and smell the coffee. Gramps. Don't waste your time here blaming her. Ask the question: how can we stop this from happening? How can we rehabilitate her? Make sure she doesn't do it again, but also make sure other people aren't in a position to do it again.
Wait, but DNW.
I would agree.
Wait, but wait a second. Wait, DNW. But she had a lot of support from a lot of different sources. Her husband. She had like family as well too, like checking up. She had a lot of support, so that doesn't work. That's just an excuse. Come on now,
Jay. They're not mental health professionals, are they?
I know, but still, I feel like people are excusing her behavior very, very easily, and I just don't like that.
Jay, have you ever worked with somebody with postpartum depression?
No.
Can I just say though, before you say that, Frank, we're not excusing it. We're saying it should never happen again, and that's why we as a society have to do something about it. Go ahead, Frank.
I'm just asking, did you work with anyone with that has postpartum depression?
No.
A lot of times because of that, they kill themselves, not always the family members.
I know, yeah.
Thank you.
Then why are you judging on something?
No, I'm talking about this case in particular. I'm talking about how she actually...
It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter, because at the end of the day, I feel like you're still making excuses.
We're making things up.
No, I'm not, because let's say for example, a man was going through some sort of like really stressful thing, right, and he decided to kill his family. Would society have as much empathy and compassion for the man who did that? Like, no, they wouldn't.
I feel that if this case wouldn't have gotten much attention because of the strikes that they are doing and because of the support, then it would just be another case. You would have never noticed it, but it does really happen. And in this case, 3 young children really got brutally murdered because the key signs were not there apparently. And that's the tricky part, because that is the thing with postpartum depression. You can be fine, and even with any depression, you can be fine all of a sudden, and that is the key. Because that is when the people do it. When they're in Valhalla, when they're in that sweet spot, then is when they do stupid shit. You will never notice that.
And I mean, I've been there myself. I've experienced really severe depression.
But you're still there.
Right, exactly. Because I never once in my life thought about killing anyone.
Do not compare it.
But I'm just saying.
because I get severe depression. I tell you something.
Yeah, I get it, Chickpea. We talked about this multiple times, but what you had is way different than what this lady had.
Oh,
So it's
no,
hard to
no,
understand.
I tell you,
Chickpea, I am not asking for your opinion, honey. I totally respect your story, but this is not the same.
No, it's one of the reasons why I've never had children, because I know for a fact.
Yeah, exactly. And because you do not have children, therefore it is not the same.
But I already
Because
know.
when you have children,
Frank, let me just say,
it's a sign of sleep depression. It's a sign of not being respected or not being wanted as a mother. And, you know, those symbols, I cannot even explain.
Wait, but
Well,
again,
I know the concept of it.
Wait, as someone in the comments said, right? They said that she could have just taken her kids and given them to another family member or something.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Guys, Jay, I'm surprised.
They're just making excuses. People need to stop making excuses.
It's not an excuse. It's a serious fucking phenomenon. What are you even talking about?
Jay, I'm surprised at you as someone who doesn't believe in free will, getting up on her case when you know there are
but she still deserves to be held accountable.
There are other causal factors beyond her control that made her do what she had to do. Therefore, as a society, the best we can do in these situations is be the grown-ups and say, what went wrong here? How can we stop it from happening again? Not just for her, but for everyone. Jay, you don't believe in free will. Why are you?
But she still deserves to be held accountable for her actions.
Of course she does. But it's way more complex than that. Because it's a mental issue.
I get that, but again, I'm saying
No,
she had
apparently you do not.
There are options for her. That's what I'm saying.
No, bullshit. You do not know how people feel in that
Wait a second. No, she was clearly aware enough of herself and like her capabilities that she would have known that there's a good chance she would have killed her kids. And if so, she should have given the kids away to like a family member or talk to someone. And there's something she could have done. She didn't need to kill them.
You don't work in mental health, do you?
No, but still, I feel like people are still. It's come on now. There are things she could have done.
Yeah, and I think you really should shut the fuck up if you don't have any expertise on that.
No, you should shut the fuck up.
Dude, I worked in mental health. I worked with postpartum depression.
Okay, but that still doesn't give her an excuse to just murder.
I'm not making an excuse. I'm just saying.
Kids.
I'm saying it is more complex than that, and that is what this entire case is about. Should she get jail time, or should she spend her life in a mental institution? Of course, there's no justification on killing.
Come on, Jay, come on, Jay.
Oh,
you think she should be put down in the slammer and seen as a regular prisoner? Do you?
No, I think she should get the help that she needs and also be kept away from society until she's rehabilitated.
Well, then you kind of think the same thing as us.
No, but I'm not making excuses for her and saying that. No.
I mean, Jay, come on, man. She's either mentally ill or she's sane and reasonable. As in, she's using her reasoning.
No, she's clearly insane. What kind of insane psycho murders for her own kids? That's insane.
Okay, so she's insane, so therefore we have to put her in a mental institution.
Exactly.
Right, but that's what I said. Right, that's what I said.
Yeah, if she's
no, you didn't say that.
Why are you blaming insane people? Do you think people choose to be insane? For crying out loud,
No, but
Jay,
still, No, my main issue is that she was clearly aware of the fact that there was a good chance she would have murdered her.
No, that is bullshit.
Oh my god.
She was aware. Do you even know what fucking psychology is, my man?
No, apparently she went to doctors and told them about her thoughts and whatnot, right?
Well, then the doctors should be held liable.
Right, I agree with that, but she also, knowing herself, she should have given the kids away to like a trusted family member or something instead of keeping them around her.
No, hold on, Jay. Look, I'm going to play devil's advocate, and it's not just devil's advocate. There is some truth in this. There are gradients of mental health problem, and there are levels of awareness that people have when they're going through mental health crisis or starting a mental health crisis. And Frank, you said you've worked with mentally ill people.
Yes.
Is there not perhaps a little glimmer, a little moment when you are in charge of what you should do, and maybe she should have went to A&E, she should have went to emergency?
When you get a diagnosis, no chance.
No chance. Okay.
There will always be a label on you, and that label is significant enough to account for your actions. So when you're a schizophrenic, if you have a defense lawyer, and which everyone has, you will always throw it on the mental.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there is a moment, perhaps, when a person realizes they're going mental, and they need to get help.
Well, it's called a disorder for a reason. When you're labeled with a disorder, It's a mental disorder for a reason. It just doesn't go away.
She already had the label, yeah, so she was
And
already
there you
in
go.
trouble, yeah. Okay, we have another lady here. Oh, sorry, Untrackable hasn't said anything, and then we'll go to Yolanda. Sorry, Yolanda. Untrackable's been here for quite some time. Untrackable, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I've heard a lot. I don't follow the case. I've heard my wife is following it. Yada yada yada. But the term that sticks with me is effort. If she had mentioned issues with her feelings and dealing with this with someone and tried to work it out, I think that's a good thing. But at the end of the day, once you exert effort, it cannot be undone. And after the first, to not have felt any emotion, like I have to continue on. The effort to continue on. And there are other cases. There was a father. He shot all three of his boys right through his their mother's hand. He said, "I'm gonna do it." It doesn't matter what you've talked about before. You have committed to the effort of doing such horrible acts.
You guys heard about the Amityville horror, right? The guy was hearing voices. The guy who shot, that story about Amityville. The guy that shot his entire family.
Maybe.
The Amityville horror guys, and everybody knows about that case. Been in, performed in several movies.
Wait, was it the guy who ran around like shooting his kids like it was some sort of game or something?
No. Amityville Horror is a guy that I can't remember what his name is. Something D'Angelo or something. Can't remember. Anyways, that guy shot his entire family with a shotgun because he heard voices in his head. Where do you think he is? Do you think he's in general population?
Maybe. I don't know.
Because he is. And he still, until this day, says that I wish that I killed my grandmother too.
Wow.
So you tell me, do you think that is somebody that needs to be a case study in order for prevention, just like this case?
Yeah, obviously. But what I don't like,
it's interesting when you talk about a case study. Because
DeFranco, thank you.
I think we should also have a case study of punishment, so that way people don't think that it's like, oh, I'm tired of my life and I don't want to do this anymore, but I don't want to do it to myself. I want to do it to others. And it's like, hey, what if we have, bring back the guillotine? And then maybe that'll change people's minds, because you're not just going to murder 3 children and think that, oh, I'm going to live in a hotel prison.
You will not assume, right? In a
I
mental
can understand, because you also have case studies where they said, what was it? Junior Seau shot himself in the chest so that way they could study his brain. But what did he not do? He didn't take his whole family out. What did that wrestler do? He took his whole family out and then he killed himself.
Oh yeah, so, Chris Benoit, I think.
So you have your opportunities for case studies, but when you see people that take themselves out of the society, but they don't take themselves out on the world, so we don't really get to study the real problem. They just get to be protected and live between those walls, but they get to live. And they destroyed all their problems. Oh, my problems are my kids. My problems are my husband. Oh, my husband's a cop, so I got to get rid of him. No, just leave. Just leave. Walk the streets if you must. Find a new way. But to think that you're going to take somebody before you take yourself, I mean, I think that is less of a mental issue, and it's a you're my problem. I deem you the problem because I'm not the problem. Because if you really were the problem, you know, there's another word for that.
I would agree with you because it's a really selfish thing. Family annihilation is really a selfish
Well, that's
thing.
what I'm saying. It's very selfish, and a lot of societies. Just the fact that so many women are out there supporting her is just insanity.
Because maybe they have on a brink on doing that, and maybe they are trying. I don't know the rest of the case. I do know the concept of what happened, but you know, it doesn't only happen in this case. It happened the same thing with the Karen Reed case in Massachusetts, where this lady ran over a guy and, you know, an ex-police officer, and you know, they were all there protesting in front of the courthouse. They were all there in the second trial as well, protecting this lady. And you know, you have to wonder what the concepts are of, and I totally get where, for example, Kenny is coming from, and you can make it political or not, which is fine, but you have to wonder what their motives are. Like maybe these ladies, obviously they are not scared, they want their voices to be heard, and sure, I can get that it's annoying to have like a second agenda, and at least to think that they do, and it can be political, but you know, in all honesty, I think that Kenny is right on this one in the sense of, I don't think that when it comes to a court case, that you don't have to let your voice be heard. I think that is wrong. Because I think the family in itself is already going through traumas. Because this legal case, like I said, it's about the concept of if she's going to jail or needs mental help. And you can fucking protest all that you want, but for what point?
And you know, there's also something to be said there too, is the idea of the mental health issue, and that is that being an excuse for your actions versus, you know, the whole blaming the husband thing. It's not my fault.
Okay,
it's not your fault that you strangled your kids and somebody to come
and that's what I'm saying. It's the total lack of accountability.
Next, I said Yolanda's next, guys.
Yolanda,
for crying out
Yolanda's
loud.
trying to get in here. Yeah, Yolanda's trying to get in this conversation too. She's been very patient.
I appreciate that.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Now, Yolanda, I think your microphone's down low. Let me see if I can turn up for you. There you go. Try now.
Mic check.
Still pretty low.
It's very low, Yolanda. Not your usual quality.
Don't
audio.
bring me down, 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 down. Ooh.
Hi, everybody.
Sorry.
Hello, Ricardo.
Hey, Ricardo.
Is that okay?
Yolanda's going to come back. Okay, guys, as you were until Yolanda. When Yolanda comes back, please just let her talk.
But again, okay, my
Excuse
biggest
me,
issue with this.
DNW. I know I'm a man and Yolanda's a woman, and you want to put her before me, but I was actually on before Yolanda.
No, but see, Kenny, you've already been on the show tonight. She literally just joined. That's kind of the way I play it sometimes. Is that okay?
No, I've never seen you do that before. Actually, when somebody comes back on, if they're first on the panel before, then they get to speak before anyone else that comes on after them.
Yeah, well, I did address him too.
Unless you're going to tell me the rules have now changed.
That is actually what I do. You can look back when someone has been on the show already on the same
DNW,
night,
you have an
leave.
You sound like you're in a hole, my man.
Right, you've got all echoey.
Well, Loomis, I just want to say something very brief before I go. I never came on to do a big monologue. I just want to say something very brief. What objective ethics was saying earlier about it's her body, so it's her choice. Let me make my position clear. I'm neither here nor there when it comes to the abortion issue because I don't have any skin in the game per se. I might one day, but the pro-life counter-argument to that is that because the fetus is a separate body with separate DNA residing inside the mother, her right to bodily autonomy does not extend to terminating the life of another developing human being. I'm not saying I wholeheartedly agree with that, I'm just saying it's an interesting counter-argument to what objective ethics was saying.
They'll say their body is the one running the ship, so they
And
can
I would
do
like
what they
to say
want.
to that, mentioned you better
well aware,
care
Kenny. I'm well aware of the counter argument, brother. But
welcome back.
Yeah, but I'm well aware of the counter argument, brother. Oh, he left.
Yolanda,
Yeah, that's not that's that argument doesn't hold up because
all over the place. Hello, Yolanda. Have you noticed that men
Yolanda's back.
who wicked this shit, but they never think to take care of their own sperm? It wouldn't even occur to them. And then they would say, oh, abortion's wrong.
Oh, Chickpea, I always take care of my own sperm. Don't worry about that.
Well, we're pleased to hear it. So you should. Because I tell you something, if it landed up to me, well, the abortion doctor will be dealing with it.
Now, don't make me shy, lady.
No way. I mustn't say things like this. Let's have it on the subject.
Oh no, your audio's still off.
Yolanda, it's very bad, yeah.
Woman, you need to scream. Put in that passion in there.
By the way, how's my microphone now, Frank?
It's good.
You're fine now.
Okay, good. Thanks for that, by the way.
No,
by the way,
again,
I appreciate that because sometimes people don't call me out when my microphone's shit. So make sure you do in the comments as well, guys. Whenever my microphone's shit.
Frank, I'm so grateful to be born into a world with abortion on demand. And I'm so grateful for that because if I'd had to have a child, I dread to think what I would have done.
What about the poor baby though? You never got the chance to live, Chickpea.
What?
What about the poor little baby who never got a chance to live?
Kidding me? Oh, Ricardo, stop it.
Just
Okay. It'll be born
take that away
somewhere
from-
else. Every soul that is destined to be imprisoned in a meat bag will be imprisoned in a meat bag. It will just be planted in someone else. That's what I believe. So I'm not. It's not a
No, Yolanda, still bad.
Yolanda, you need to turn up. We can partially hear you, so it might be your microphone sensitivity that you need to put up. So if you go, honey, listen, Yolanda, if you go to settings and you go to audio, and then I don't know, just click shit. That's all you need to do.
Well, can you hear me now?
Better.
I would say turn on try and diminish background noise somehow.
Everybody else would, if everybody else would mute their microphone when they're not talking, Yolanda would be coming through a lot better.
Check.
Okay, well, Jay, what's your thoughts now, brother?
Well, Yolanda, we should let Yolanda try again and see if her audio is okay.
Yes, I think this is the best I'm going to be able to do.
Oh.
Is it still bad?
Yeah, kind of.
It sounds like your microphone that you're using right now is not connected.
Are you using that one? I see the wired one. Is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Try and hold that up to your mouth then, where it is on the one there. Yeah.
Try to change it. So when you go to audio and you go to microphone, then change the microphone.
Make sure the settings are right.
Why don't you all just use a Chromebook? It's so simple. It's so easy. Just open the Chromebook and there it is. It's all there for you. Sorry?
I've got to get off and go to work while you guys figure this out. But I will say there's a lot of cognitive dissonance happening on this panel from people saying that they acknowledge that there's a mental health issue, but then they expect this person to make a rational decision. Like she should have done this, she could have done this, and yet then they'll say on the other hand, oh yeah, but then she has mental health. Like that just doesn't map one to the other. It's got to be either she has a mental health issue or she shoulda, coulda, woulda. But you can't expect a rational decision to be made by a person who has a mental health issue.
Exactly.
Yeah, she had a
100%.
mental health issue, but again, I keep saying there's evidence that she was aware of herself and what she could have done. That's what I keep saying.
But if you have a mental health disorder and you're labeled, how the fuck are you supposed to be rational?
Come on, but she clearly knows that what she was going to do was going to be wrong.
Oh,
That's
but
the problem.
but okay, so by that standard, everybody that has a schizophrenic disorder knows exactly what they're doing in the moment when they're being schizophrenic.
So therefore, they both have a disorder and don't have a disorder in your
No,
life.
that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that you're clearly aware of your actions and what you could do.
Mental health doesn't change what you did. Mental health is no excuse.
I agree. It's no excuse. It shouldn't be an excuse.
Well, I tell you what, I must go harder on you then, Speckman, because I've been giving you a lot of leeway.
Wow.
Don't. Simple as that. Don't. Mental health is no excuse.
Really?
But again, what I was gonna say too is that again, I don't want to make this a men and women issue, but you see, if a man did what Lindsay Clancy did, and let's say he blamed it all on like being stressed out and stuff, like I feel like he wouldn't get as much understanding or sympathy as Lindsay has, and that's the problem. Like why are we so afraid as a society to hold women accountable for their actions sometimes? But when it's a man, like we jump to do
I
it.
never mentioned anything about sex. Anything. If
I
I
know,
flip
I'm no,
out,
I'm just.
if
This
I
is just
flip
my
out
point
and
of
start
view.
harming people, I want
This
to
is
be held
my point of view.
accountable.
This is my.
I
I'm not.
don't want to have any excuses. If
I agree with
I
that.
said
What
it
I'm saying is
publicly live. If
no.
I
What
flip
I'm
out
saying.
and start harming
One
people,
at a time,
there's no
Jay. One at a
excuse.
time. And guys, do practice some polite brevity. Don't hog the mic. Let others talk too. Yolanda's back, guys. Go ahead, Yolanda.
Okay, I hope I got it right.
That is
much better.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yolanda, amazing.
Okay, thank you for the help. Thank you for your patience. I just want to tune. What brought my attention to the conversation was Jay's argument about women empathizing with this woman and there being more support for her because she was a woman. And I strongly disagree with that. I don't think this is a man or a woman issue. I think that this is an issue about paying closer attention to the care she was receiving and the constant medications she was given and her situation with her family describes a different story. It was not all support at all times. And in mental health, as Frank mentioned, when it comes to pregnancy and what happens with hormones, that's a very hard thing for a woman to experience. And it sounds to me like this is a great example of us paying closer attention to the psychiatric meds that were being administered to her, and each time she was evaluated from each new medication, and how none of those medications worked, and why she wasn't institutionalized when she was first having these problems instead of being administered new medications. So yes, that's what my input is on that.
Do you know? Does anyone know what medication she was on? Was it antipsychotics? Or
I think there was up to 4 different medications that they were giving her. I'm not sure which ones they were. I guess we could look it up in Google which exact medications she was given. So the woman clearly didn't want to survive, which she survived. She tried to take herself out too. It's a horrible, horrible story. God bless those poor babies that are no longer here with us. It's a very tragic story. But again, I just want to say one more time, this is not a men versus women story.
She was on diazepam, trazodone, and I'm not aware of this one.
was the
amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline, that's an antidepressant.
Amitriptyline, I've been on that. Amitriptyline.
Strong shit, that is.
Yes, so the doctors need to be questioned about this too, why they didn't put her in psychiatric care so that this didn't happen, and why the husband also didn't try harder to get her institutionalized.
I would not put it on the husband.
Yeah, the husband.
Well, but it was both of their children, so
I think it's a blank slate there that you would not need to put it on the husband. Husband is not a mental health worker, nor a doctor.
Hi, Bex.
Hi. Is my volume okay? Am I too loud? Too soft?
Hello, Bex. You're just fine. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis.
You're fine. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for having me, Finding Gnosis. It's my first time here. I just wanted to say, I can be long-winded, so I'll try and keep it short. Sometimes there's things that happen in life that are completely unexplainable. I had regular customers and a good friend who started dating a friend because of it. A family of 2 adults and an young adult child used to come in, and I'd serve them brunch every weekend. And one weekend they came in and the dad had just like run upstairs and jumped off the top of the building, 14th floor building, dead. Right? So there's no explanation for some things, there's no explanation. And in this case, I think it is a good opportunity for us to talk about why do we offer more sympathy and understanding to a mother or a medicated person than we do to men in this scenario. I also know in my city, there was a time where there was a man, he was an immigrant, I don't know where from, but he did he took out his whole family and himself, right? And yes, if a father had done this to his children and he was the one who hadn't survived the situation, we would be sexist in our approach. This is not a result of the
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying exactly.
Yeah, but
and
Jay,
then I just want to say one more thing.
Jay, that doesn't mean we have to punish this woman more because of the fact that men get generally looked at with a dimmer light. I mean, come on, Jay, it's not that woman's fault. We need to be grown up.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I just don't like with double standards. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and it is, I mean, some of it's our socialization. But I would say one more thing. I just want to say one more thing. There's no ability for anyone to foresee something like this. And for the millions of people on psych meds in the world, regardless of what you feel about medication and big pharma and stuff, like, it's not fair to all of those people who don't commit these crimes on medications for us to even try and justify it.
You're taking a kind of actress kind of look at it. Like, there is unfortunately a statistical guarantee that one terrible event is going to happen out of millions of otherwise non-eventful situations. And that's unfortunately a reality of this existence.
But see, I disagree.
And it could have happened whether she... Yeah, sorry, please go ahead, Yo.
But I disagree. If this woman was asking for help and she... depending on whatever the psychiatrist is going to say or what the psychiatrist has said, I'm not sure. I'm not up to date with the case. I'm just familiar with her receiving lots of different prescriptions prior to this happening and this being a long-term problem for her. I still think that there needs to be more examination as to the care and the medications that were administered. I do think that doctors need to be held to some standard of these antipsychotic meds and these SSRIs. I do think that that's a problem.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the doctors, they royally fucked up. I agree.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
One thing that we assume because she was on psych meds, she was seeing a psychiatrist. I don't know enough about the case. So if somebody already knows she was actually in the care of a psychiatrist, a specialist, not a family doctor giving her these medications, because a long time ago, doctors used to get paid for a psych consult. If you went into you went in sort of, oh, I've got a cough, but then ended up crying on your doctor's shoulder. Right. And when psychopharmaceuticals first came out, the heavy duty ones were prescribed by psychiatrists. Even Prozac wasn't subscribed by your doctor. But when a doctor sets aside time to bill for your appointment, when you say you have a cold and then you end up spending 45 minutes talking about psych stuff, they realized that it would be easier if doctors could actually subscribe some of these medications because it's often the solution. So the doctor just says, oh, I see you're sad. How often are you sad? Why don't you try some medication? And quickly they can have a 45-minute consult come back to 15 minutes. And the psych consults the doctors were being paid for were a set fee, just like anything else they do, but they were taking too much time. I've just learned this by inference, I haven't read a paper or anything about it, but So doctors can save time by being able to subscribe psych meds. So in essence, this could be partly due to not a specialist being given the ability to prescribe psych meds. But I think it's also important to note that this woman may have done this whether she was medicated or helped. The only thing that might have stopped her from doing this was completely being removed from her family, whether it's institutionalized or, simply just the children being put in the care of the father or other family members.
Well, that was kind of the point that I mentioned earlier, is that if they already knew that this was something that was going on, why was she still in the home, and why were the children still under her care? So it seems like the entire thing is just a really big mess up, and now we're watching as the world to see, is she going to be institutionalized for her mental health, or is she going to go to prison? So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Well, see, the thing is that, first of all, psychology is not a science. And so in that essence, how are we giving medication to a concept that is not officially a science? Because we're giving neurological medication to people that is known for not being a science. So my first objection would be that psychiatry in itself is not a science in the strict sense. And it's a medical specialty. So a neurologist would need to know what kind of medication is good for somebody. And I think that those neurologists would need to have a psych degree as well in order to know what works. In a medical degree, and I worked in it, is that medication is not all the same. It changes every single time. It's not always the same. So the doses of the medication that you get can either make you go insane or it works for you. And it all depends on your body mass. It's so extremely complex. I think it's extremely dangerous.
I mean, but it is technically a science, though, right?
No, it's not. Psychology is not a science.
Well,
Okay.
Psychology. I've been saying this for a long time. When people do exhibit mental health problems, there should be more physical examination, maybe a brain scan, maybe some in-depth blood tests. I agree with Frank. Maybe we should start combining the physical understanding of what we know of how the brain works and psychiatry, and maybe the person that's prescribing these medicines does need both qualifications.
But I think that, to me, that illustrates that psychology is a science.
No, it's not.
Well, we're talking about psychology versus psychiatry, and there is overlap, but the difference is psychology is not, psychologists are not doctors. And so psychiatry is when the science really comes into psychology, right? So there is science to psychology if once you've introduced psychiatry and it helps or harms a person. I think it's also, I appreciate what Frank said about medications and the variance between them and how they affect people, and better studying that. Like there's people, ADHD meds make an ADHD mind settle down and be able to focus. They make everybody else high like they're on cocaine. Right. So, those kind of nuanced differences are important. And I one time busted a friend out of, actually an acquaintance out of the psych ward. I didn't know her well, but I'd had coffee with her and a bunch of women many times. And, I kept running into these women and they kept telling me that this mutual friend of ours or acquaintance, had been put in the psych ward. And after a few months, I was like, why is she still there? Right. So I went in and started asking the doctors, what was going on. I kind of, became her medical legal advocate. And basically, in some cases, they only diagnose by how you respond to medication. So they're not actually even capable to figure out, do you have bipolar or are you psychotic or schizophrenic, based on whether you respond to lithium versus, an antipsychotic of some sort. And even then, that's not a perfect science, because some people who are bipolar respond better to antipsychotics than lithium. So, it's very
every single
complicated.
Individual is not the same. There's not a single soul on the earth that is exactly the same. The DSM-5, you know how you get that label? By a checklist. You know how long that is? It's just feces and abstracts. What psychology majors do that get put in to a book, and based on that, if you know, autism has changed fucking 5 times now. Now it's neurodivergent.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, that's
it has
true,
changed so much times, and if you mess with the human psyche, that is when you get when the pharmaceutical industry messes with it, because no single medication, and I worked in it, I know how it works. I needed to give my clients all the time, around the time I need to give them medication that was not exactly the same a week from now. How odd is that?
The other thing it's important to note is, sorry, please.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say that if you go to a psychiatrist, nobody goes to a psychiatrist and doesn't get a diagnosis. Nobody.
Exactly.
The only people that go to a psychiatrist and don't get a diagnosis are people who need to be cleared for their jobs. So if you seek help in the medical field and you choose to take a medication from the psychiatrist to help you with your sadness or your thoughts or whatever, you will receive a diagnosis. So, you know, there's tons of people who've never been to a psychiatrist that could be helped with a diagnosis, but also kind of pigeonholing yourself based on a label can really be, you know, it can be confusing because actually some of these labels overlap so much that the label means nothing but sort of helping you identify how you get better and how the doctors can help you, right? Like, so yeah, it's just important to note that there's lots of people who walk around amongst us that don't have diagnoses and could use them. And then also, if you just go asking for help, take some medication, you will get a diagnosis. You know, you'll never leave a psychiatrist's office without a diagnosis, period.
And moreover than that, you could visit 3 separate psychiatrists and they could come up with 3 separate complete diagnoses of
Yes.
of-
And there's the problem is, I think, in a clinical setting, people behave differently in front of different people, and it may be just that psychiatrist is bringing out a certain set of behavioral patterns in somebody or a certain set of thoughts. I mean, it's very complicated, so that is a problem as well in my view.
See, we here in the Netherlands have a special thing. It's called TBS. So when somebody commits a horrible crime, they get psychologically evaluated for 2 weeks. And even those 2 weeks, if the person does not want to cooperate, it doesn't tell you shit. Because, like I said, psychology is not a science. Never will be. And I think we need to keep that out of our system because psychology is freaking amazing when you study the human mind. But if you have Freud, for example, the dude was full on cocaine when he made a freaking book about dreams. Like, how odd is that? And that is what we call the nuances of science. And sure, there are a lot of people. Science is always, psychology has always been interpreted by somebody else, their mind.
I think one day, Frank, I get what you're saying, but I think one day we will perhaps marry more the kind of genetics of it to the experiences.
Oh, that is what I'm working on. I write entire substacks about how human patterns are the same. And in essence, that is psychology.
So I think that there is room for psychology. There is room for the experiences people have had, but we need to know, and we will know, the genetics of the person, because then we can say, oh, right, so this person is moaning about this. This person had this happen to them. It's likely they have this epigenetic thing going on. They have this predisposition. Therefore, we can see what's going on here. You know, it isn't one or the other, in my view, Frank. And we will get better at analyzing it.
I agree with you, but I think psychology is really simple, and that is pattern recognition. Not labels, pattern recognition. Because we're all the same. We all have the same bodily functions. And, fair enough, if you have somebody with Down syndrome, they have a totally different psychology. And I think people are already specializing in that. But, I worked with Down syndrome. I worked with nonverbal, autistic. Yeah, in the modern term, it's now called, if you have, back in the day, you have psychopaths. Now it's called non-social. You know, you have so much terminologies that is being and differ from back in the day.
That's
And
not to mention, you probably know about this, Frank. I mean, we all talk about the DSM, which is like the kind of Western version, but there is like a Russian kind of version as well, isn't there? That's different. There is like an Eastern kind of version of psychiatric disorders, and I believe I may be right in saying there's less. They have less disorders. They clump more in together, and they provide very good arguments for their stuff as well. I mean, I've had a look at it here and there. I'm not an expert, obviously, but I've had a look at some of their classifications, and they make a lot of sense. You might know more about that, Frank, because you seem to.
No, but Noah is saying something really interesting because it's patented, and that is what it is. It's about licenses. Bingo.
Yeah.
And that is what it is about.
Yeah, I think that psychiatry definitely doesn't believe in holistic approach to medicine. So, like I said, I was diagnosed with being a sociopath in the Netherlands because I broke a machine that carries trays to the washing area on a military base, and I did it out of pure stupidity. It wasn't malice. It was pure stupidity. So they wanted to get rid of me, so I had to go and talk to a psychiatrist because they can't just kick you out. And so that psychiatrist labeled me as a sociopath, and I got kicked out. And I was heartbroken when I got kicked out of the military. I didn't want to go in, but it felt really, really bad. Thanks for turning your picture off, Frank, because it's like
because I'm laughing.
Yeah, he finds it really hard to have sympathy for me, but yeah, I got kicked out of the military, and for a little bit, I felt like I was pushed out of the group for reasons that weren't entirely fair, and everybody around me, thank God I had strong friends and families, and they're like, no, Robin, you are a disruptive element. And I had to agree. But that's just my personal gripe.
Do you think you are a psychopath? A sociopath, though? Do you agree with that?
I think that there's a lot of psychiatrists in the world that can't differentiate between the term psychopath and sociopath. And I think I'm neither. Thanks to Frank, actually, he's going to laugh again. I'm allowed to be neural divergent now.
Yeah. So they got it wrong. They missed.
So essentially, that
misdiagnosed you.
No, the entire DSM is written about him. It was the sole case study.
He's got a chapter all of himself for himself. That's great.
I think too, when you're looking at a behavior in an institution like that, and the psychiatrist is provided by the institution, that you are looking at a much different case. You can be pigeonholed to be removed from the military. You know, my brother was a military here in Canada.
Honey, you know that he's joking, right?
He is joking? Okay.
Yeah, he is.
No, I didn't. But I know my brother was put in the military. I have a lot of siblings, and one of my brothers is, he's a little bit different, and he really struggled socially. And then when he got into the military, they put him in and they gave him all the foot soldier training. But they also only assigned him to the horses and stuff around the base. He would never have been sent out to battle, ever. Like, never. Because he has no impulse control. So, and the rest of his group, I don't know what it's called, his military troop or whatever, never welcomed him. So, you know, could he have a gun in his hand on the battlefield, or might he shoot his so-called friends? I'm not saying my brother's a psychopath, but I'm saying he's not capable of making the kinds of decisions a soldier would need to make under duress. And but he's helpful to the military. So no, I didn't know he was joking, but thank you, Frank.
Bex, has your brother mellowed out with age?
A little bit. He was just, I mean, he couldn't scribe. He had to have everything scribed for him in school. He had a worker work with him. We're a very intelligent family, and he's definitely bright, but he just struggled interpreting things. And he could often like make up a whole story in his head that would come to the final answer, but he'd have to picture one time a teacher said at a teacher interview, like, oh, he's doing great in math. This is when he was a little kid. He's doing great in math, right? You're really doing well with your addition or multiplication. I can't remember what it was. And, what's 2 times 6? What's 2 times 6? And he sat there thinking, and she said, think of eggs. Think of eggs. And he says, she says, can you think of them? He's, try and count them. And he says, I can see them, but they hatched and they're flying all over the place, right? Like, I think there's 12 of them, right? Like he's just really abstract, and he doesn't understand money. He doesn't understand, like he walks into a store, and he used to walk into a store and, see a buy one, get one, free or whatever. And he'd think the whole store was, he'll hand his bank card to anybody. Like, so he has mellowed in age, but he's not, he's pretty volatile. He's retired from the military now. By his own doing, but yeah.
Why did you say we are a really intelligent family? Like it.
We just have defensive. Yeah. Well, no, I was just more. I guess maybe that comes from my dad's pride or something. I don't know. I just think that like he is a smart guy. Like he can read any book you or I can read now, but it takes him a long time. But there's things that are just
I am asking for that specific reason because that really interests me.
Bex, you said he's a bit of a hothead, right? Have you ever thought he's absolutely right in everything he thinks and does, and maybe it's frustrating for him?
Sorry, say that again.
Have you ever thought he's perhaps more intelligent, and the reason he is hot-headed is because he's extremely frustrated?
It could be. My dad had 2 sets of kids, so my siblings are 15 to 20 years younger than me, and I didn't live with them for very long, so I don't know them that well. But yeah, it very well could be.
Bex, what you said earlier was interesting, guys, and this isn't about men versus women. I don't want to go down that path. I just merely want to look at it. Maybe some of the outcry in this, I don't know what the name of that case is. What is the case, guys, you guys brought up earlier with the woman who killed her kids? Do you know the name of the case?
Lindsay somebody.
Lindsay, the Lindsay case. Some of the outcry, if we try to be analytic about this, is maybe from disgruntled men who feel they are treated unfairly in society, maybe not given sympathy. And rather than make this a men versus women issue like some people are trying to do, can we isolate them perhaps and just look at men? Do you feel, Bex, you brought it up, do you feel men are given less sympathy? Maybe there's less empathy for men when they commit crimes, mostly in terms of crimes under the auspice of being mentally ill. Do you believe that men are given less sympathy, less empathy?
I think by default, I would say yes, because I think women are given more sympathy. So, it's just phrasing the same statement a different way. So, yeah, I would assume, yes. I think I wouldn't say across the board always, but definitely almost always.
We don't have to blame. We don't have to say women are bad because of this. But I mean, why do you think that is, Bex?
Well, let me just say one thing first. I think even men give men less sympathy.
Yes, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that, Bex.
So yeah, I think that's that. Yeah.
I think it's probably because men are in competition with each other. I think if we look at it from the kind of us as animals, we're in competition with each other.
Mm-hmm.
So, men are trying to make other men look bad, so it elevates them as an individual socially. Look, you might think I'm bad, but hey, I'm not as bad as that guy. Or, there's virtue signaling going on perhaps as well when, it takes the spotlight off them. They point at the others. I mean, there's many reasons for it, Bex. What do you think is the main reason for it?
That we give less empathy to men?
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty deep question, actually. I think, it really, it's easier to answer. It's easier to look at, yeah. Yeah. I would say one thing about competition between men. Competition between men, when you're not looking at the negative side of things, on the positive side, it's a very healthy thing, right? Like when I managed a property where I was in charge of a lot of, we were gentrifying a neighborhood and bringing a old, I'll say it in YouTube terms, Tartarian building, up to code and making all these beautiful apartments and stuff. I learned almost never to hire certain tradesmen if they worked alone, right? Because two men in a crew actually compete with one another, even as partners, to get a job done quickly. So one man putting up two pillars or whatever is going to be, it's going to be more than half the time as two men putting up those pillars. Same with painting, everything else. There's a very healthy aspect of male competition when they're not competing for something to win or something. When they're doing a job together, that competition is a real feedback loop that I witnessed was more important to have them together. But back to the question, why do we offer men less empathy than women? Because I know that you wouldn't be, at least typically you wouldn't be doing it to a 5-year-old, like you wouldn't be doing it to a 10-year-old. Both of those kids break their legs, both of those kids get disappointed. And maybe some parents tell a boy to, walk it off or work harder next time, if they're crying because they didn't do well on something or lost something or wasn't invited to something or, So I'm trying to figure out at what point do we really draw that line where we're like, we're going to make sure. Yeah.
We can have a think about it, Bex, but I suppose a correlated question would be, who do you think generally has a harder life, men or women?
I do think that when we're talking, I'm going to talk strictly about heterosexual society right now, not because I think gay society has any different strife, but just because we're talking about men and women and how I think that if men are having a hard life, and women are, if either one of us is having a hard life, it's hard on both of us. So if there's some kind of like agenda to divide us, and whether it's attack, give information or liberations or whatever to the women first, well, it doesn't matter who's harmed first. It harms both of us. Yeah,
I agree with that, but I'm just simply asking, if you were going to put a number on it, like if you had to look at it numerically, who do you think the weighing scales would have on the lower side? Who do you think is suffering more because of reality, men or women? Go ahead.
I guess I'm a little controversial here because I'm going to say I think we're both suffering equally. I really do.
Okay. Yeah, just in different ways.
But I can see with things like conscription, things like
who kills themselves more? I mean, would that weigh into it? Who kills them? Would you say that's a figure that would matter? Who dies earlier?
Well, it definitely does. We know that when men decide to do that, they more often do it successfully. Period. Right.
Yeah.
So
and would you say life expectancy would factor into it as well? Or would you say that matters?
That one I don't know enough about how much. It depends on. I'd have to look more. My background is in statistics,
women live
econometrics.
longer than men.
So they do, but that could be biology and not quality of life. So.
But again, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a social cause, Bex. I'm not asking for the causation of it. I'm just.
But if we look at those metrics and we were using those metrics alone,
who do you feel has? Generally speaking,
looking at those metrics and as indicators of who's having a tougher time, then I would answer the question: men are.
Yeah. Okay. What about the rest of the panel? What do you think, Chickpea? And I want to ask Chickpea, another woman. She is there. She's muted. Chickpea, you're muted if you're trying to talk. Anybody else got an answer or thoughts on that question? J.E., you were the one earlier talking. Sorry, Frank, I'll come to you in a second. J.E., are you there? My God, they're all muted up. Okay, Frank, it seems like you're the only man willing to talk. Go ahead.
I'm not touching the subject. I love women way too much.
Well, is it? I mean, can you not? Are they mutually exclusive? I mean, is it? Can you not love women and say men stuff?
It's all about specifics, isn't it? I mean, it's a general statistic, and well, females rule the world, so I think the statistics might be a little bit off on that. But can they be a pain in the ass? Fuck yeah. I think men are, at least from my own personal experience, they are more in themselves. They tend to want to solve internal problems, so they are more internal, while women are more external.
Interesting. This is a very controversial comment here from Global Solidarity, who says a woman can never understand or describe a man. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Global. You'll have to come on and explain that one. I have no idea what you mean by that.
I understand that. They'll never understand a man how a man sees himself or how a man feels having to live in a man's world. Right.
Okay, that's interesting.
You mean business-wise, or?
No, personally.
So just as well, I mean, is it not the case then that a man can never understand a woman?
Probably, yeah. It's probably vice versa too.
Well, Ricardo, you said before, Ricardo, you have formed relationships with both genders.
I have.
You must have some inkling into what's different about them, and you might even be able to have a better stab at this question. Who do you feel suffers more? Because if you were in relationships with, I know it's a small selection group, but out of the selection group that you dated, who do you feel was suffering more because of reality?
Well, I think on balance, I think women, to be fair, women suffer more because they, certainly physically, because they have childbirth and all kinds of, women's stuff going on that men don't have to worry about.
But would you only do that statistic? Would you only do that statistic when you bear a child?
Hang on, but then again, women have a high, known to have a higher pain threshold, so maybe that's somewhat mitigated with the childbirth thing. But I still think they go through more, and they're more vulnerable generally in life. So yeah.
Yeah, Cougar Duma says understanding women was never the goal. I suppose it was never the goal from either perspective, biologically speaking. It was perhaps to give a semblance of understanding, but really, life has always been about getting your end away and causing more life. So I suppose he is right from that biological perspective. Sorry, go ahead, Bex.
I'd just like to add, I did a live stream quite a while ago when I was doing them about ranking trauma. I think that's why some of these questions is interesting, to say who has it worse. And we were talking about competition being sort of a male trait. Not that women can't be competitive, but it's definitely a male trait. But it's interesting because I think ranking trauma is the demise of us all, period. All forms of ranking trauma, all of them. Oh, you find out someone got assaulted. Oh, at least they weren't raped. You find out, something happened to a child. Oh, at least it wasn't this, the worst thing. To a child, any kind of abuse is harmful to that child. And from a child's perspective, it's all bad. So when we think about, that I think the question kind of perplexes me, even though I can intellectually, start looking at metrics that allow us to see. It's like, why do we want to ask the question? Like, what's the benefit we get from ranking trauma?
I think you are right philosophically speaking. I don't think there isn't a good way of answering it, but I think it is worthwhile to ask the question and to consider what is going on for both genders so that we can build empathy, because you might discover things that you never knew before. So I think that the question is useful. The attempt to try and answer it is useful, but I do agree you're not going to be able to, from a philosophical perspective.
Then DNW, it's really simple. Then if the question would be, if let's do an hypothesis here. If a man and a female, or if a man and a female are together, they bear a child together, right? Now, in this scenario, if the child gets killed by the mother or the father, what would be way worse in the public opinion?
So the mother or the father. Well, there's two. This is. I don't think it's a simple answer, Frank, and I'm not being disingenuous here.
Hence the question.
With the father, it would be horrific, but there is this kind of expectation in society, I believe, that some men are bogeymen and they do bad things. So it would be kind of like, that's fucking awful, but we kind of, the back of our mind, we expect that there's going to be some men who do terrible things. I think the mother would be more shocking because it kind of goes against everything we expect. Yes. So I think that would be viewed as more shocking. But I don't know. That's what I think would be the basis for our thoughts. But having said that, I don't know. I think both would get absolute hell from society. I really do believe that. Both would get absolute hell. I mean, the man probably would end up getting killed in prison, perhaps, or he'd be attacked in prison.
Make a poll. Let's see.
Make a poll. So, yeah, what would you like me to put in the poll? I'll do that.
Then, well, let's say we're on a neutral baseline, right? And you have a mother and a father, and both in separate instances kill their child exactly the same way.
Yeah.
Then who will get the most blame?
Okay. But I was going to just write which is worse, a mother or father killing their child.
That was perfect.
Okay.
So the concept is exactly the same, right? Same methodology.
I'm going to have to put the option both as bad as each other. I'm going to have to give that. Or do you want me to make it strict and just have either option, like they're forcing them to make a choice?
Well, it would need to be strict.
Yeah. Okay. All right then. I'm going to put this poll up, guys. Which is worse, a mother or father killing their child? A mother or a father? That it's there. It's on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see it. Do answer the poll, guys.
Because for females,
I think without that third option, if I wouldn't answer that poll.
It's the first dichotomy.
Yeah. Like I just wouldn't answer it because I think they're both equally bad. Period.
Yeah.
Now, but which is perceived to be worse by society, would be something I could more easily answer. Right? But even then, it's perceived to be worse that a woman does it, obviously.
But just as a social experiment. Just 1 and 2.
Yes, I agree, Yolanda, but we're just doing this for a social experiment to see if Yeah, go.
Can you move that away from my profile because I'm beast mixing with my Paper the Frog?
Oh, I do apologize. I didn't know you were there. So 1 second. I'm going to move it to the other side.
I'm red pill mixing.
Oh God.
Oh my God. Kenny is calling himself a misogynist. Kenny, are you really a misogynist?
No, but I get accused of it sometimes, And what I would like to say actually, like, you cannot pretend that men and women are the same, and that's where feminists get it wrong. And what happens is feminists hold women to masculine standards that they cannot live up to, and one of them is intellectually. Women are far too emotional to be able to hold the same intellectual standard as men. They're too hormonal. Now that's not me. That's not being misogynist. That's me just pointing out something that I've observed and that many psychologists and women themselves agree on. I'm not saying that you don't get intelligent women. That's not what I'm saying at all. You do. Many of them are very intelligent. I'm just saying they cannot maintain the same objective intellectual standard of men. They have trouble separating object from subject. Men can do that better. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Going back into listen mode.
Has anybody got anything to say to Kenny based on what he just said?
I think there's a lot of opinions, and I think those opinions are based on perhaps rejection.
Cougar says he didn't answer the poll. Guys, press 1 for mother, 2 for father. Okay. By the way, guys, maybe as a social experiment, don't take it too seriously. Go with your gut here. Don't try to intellectualize this. Just go with your gut.
But I can kind of explain why we're doing this, right? So it's either 1 or 2, and it's not free, because a motherly instinct would automatically say that it's the mother instead of the father, because the mother is way closer to the child than the father. So the father is more distant than the mother. So a father could say that, a motherly figure would be way worse than a fatherly figure.
I would say that if we look at it from a historical context, the terrible things that Mao was doing in China, and mothers really could not feed their children, and they had 2 choices: to have to watch them suffering slowly, or making an executive decision. But those are extreme circumstances. Most of us don't find ourselves in those circumstances.
Awesome.
Thankfully.
Cougar said Cougar gave a reason for why he voted the way he did. He says the father is worse because the father has no investment. So he's saying the father has no investment in their child, which I don't know about that, Cougar. I'm not so sure.
That is what I'm saying. Based on psychology and maternity, is that he had little to invest to that child instead of the mother. So I get the concept that he's saying, and that's why I'm wondering why some people put in what they put in.
So is he saying that
a man can love his child as every bit as much?
Emotional investment counts, surely.
Yep.
May I say that if we look at the natural state of man, so we go back 50,000 years ago when we used to live in small family groups. All of the decisions that were made in that small family group were normally made by the small family group. None of this responsibility would have been put on the individual. And there are a lot of people that say the natural state of human beings is that we have kids when we're young, we fall in love, we do whatever we want, and then our parents look after our kids, and then it becomes our responsibility to look after our children's children, which could help to prevent some of this extreme stress that we place upon ourselves.
Thank you for that. Chickpea, you're back. Do you feel compelled to say something?
No, not really. I haven't been listening, sorry.
No worries. We were asked, Chickpea, from a kind of gut instinct, so based on your feelings, without really intellectualizing it, which is worse, a mother or father killing their child? A mother or a father?
I can understand a mother kills a child. That I can understand.
No, just gut instinct. You don't have to explain at the moment.
I'm going to say
well, I think, that with gut it, I think it's worse that the father kills it because he can walk away.
There you go. Okay, so you can press 2 in the live chat if you want it to count.
I think it's interesting people's choices, because I would think, just when I look at the concept of worser, right? Something's worse than the other. then somebody being emotionally invested, if we're going with these assumptions, someone being more emotionally invested, obviously having had flesh in your flesh, like, you know, you've created, you've been the physicality that carried this child, you fed it, everything like that, that to me, it's worse that you could do that to a child than the person who didn't carry them in their womb, and that, like, so it's interesting that it's just interesting how people rank worse, like how we define that. That's
you just answered the question perfectly. Because if you think about it, when a mother that has a maternal, not only instinct, but maternally gave birth to something that is her own, that she kept close for 9 months, then if you would distance it further to the father that did not have that same experience, then in that concept, what will be worse, the mother or the father? Then I would choose the mother, in essence, with the entire experience that she had, then in contrast with the father.
See, I disagree with you there, Frank, because I would never, I've known since I was a little girl, I never ever wanted to have children. And when I saw my mother pregnant with my brother, I was horrified by the whole thing. And I'm so grateful to have lived in the world where I didn't have to have a child. And I can understand, when I lived in Aden, a woman, one of our neighbours, actually threw a baby over the balcony on the block where I was living. So I have come across it in real life. Murder of a child. She threw her baby onto Marla Strait from a 6-story high building, killed it, and everybody was horrified by what she'd done. But I understood it. I can understand a woman kills a baby. But see, it's within me. It's within me.
But see, the entire psychology why I'm asking this is, for example, and by the way, DNW, you can shut it down if you want. I got enough information, thank you, in order to continue. So the concept is, for example, and this is also a hypothetical, so please bear with me, is that, let's say, a mother bears a child and the father is out of the picture. Then, let's say for 5 years later, the mother gets a drug addiction. Then, and it happens, mother murders child, right? Then do you think it's because the lack of continuity that there is no father? Or do you think, Chickpea, that doesn't have an essential factor? Or Bex or whoever? Do you guys think that might be an external factor because of the lack of not having a father? And it can be vice versa too. The mothers, you have situations where a mother dies in maternity, child stays alive, and the only one that is there is the father, right? So the concept is kind of like, if you think about it logically, do you think that, at least for some psychological aspect, would make sense that could have a factor on doing horrible things? Because that is all where it starts, right?
I have thoughts on this.
I'll be honest. Sorry.
No, you go ahead, Chickpea. I've said lots. Please go ahead. You just got.
Thing is, Frank, I'll be honest with you. I cannot understand why women have babies. It's a mystery to me.
Okay, fine. Then I ask you the wrong question. Then Bex.
Okay, can you just rephrase it again, sum it up, because I had so many thoughts.
Okay, so let's say a mother has.
It's about single parent. It's about single parent household, and how does that affect the child?
Yes.
I want to first say that I don't think that, as much as we had these small family units that DNW was saying, if that was who said that, our family unit was never just the mother and the father and the kids for a long time. This is a new post-war micro family, right? Secondly, I'd like to say, even in families where kids are with their parents, all children want more time with their parents. All children want more time with mommy and more time with daddy. And for a long time now, most children have had less time with their fathers than their mothers, period. right? But for most of Western society, that's not this generation nor Gen X's experience.
That is not what I'm asking. I'm asking two different.
Yeah. So my answer is, So my answer to the question though is that when we look to blame the unit of the family, it's like blaming chemtrails or blaming.
I'm not
poison.
blaming it. The answer is really simple. Do you think it's per psychology that you think that in perpetuity to women or females being a lonely or a lonely parent? Do you think that has to do with the amount of horrible stuff that they're prepared to do?
Oh, do I think that, for instance, women are more likely to be violent or do these kinds of things because they're on their own? Like that single mothers under stress are more likely to have these psychiatric.
I'm not saying under stress. Just do it as a basic rule. That's all that I'm asking.
Just straight up, is parenting alone going to create an environment where you yourself will struggle with psych stuff and your children might? That kind of stuff. Yes, I do think that a lack of support in the family unit can cause that to it to be more difficult for a parent and for the children.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking simply for a baseline that, let's say that a mother is a single mother where the father is out of the picture for whatever reason, and then the same concept with the other baseline with a father, same concept, which is also the baseline. Where do you think it would go most likely wrong?
I can't say.
Why is that?
I don't have enough data.
Why would you need data?
Because I think that, typically people would say a single mom does worse than a single dad.
Then you have enough data.
But I think we have a lot more data on single moms. So
Then
as
why
soon
do you
as
say
you're
that?
comparing a sample size of 2,000 people to 20 people or 2 million people to 20,000 people, you have different, it's like when the jab got given out to everyone, you see more side effects because literally billions of people took it.
So essentially what you're saying now is what those baselines is that women would do worse than men.
Statistically, yes, but I think that there's a reason for that. I think because the world kind of has more respect for a single father than they do for a single mother, so therefore single fathers get more support.
So men then do get support.
I've never been the one arguing that women and men are biologically different, and the interactions between all female groups and all male groups are different, but I don't measure humanity with two different measuring sticks. I have one measuring stick for all of humanity, but I can understand how circumstances can change outcomes.
Of course, hence why I was not asking you the question. So Bex, continue.
Well, I mean, if I knew I could default to we are all, to say that I have the same view that the spec man has. So I value everyone the same way. I don't draw these lines, but I think that what spec man was saying about in many cases, because there are less single fathers, they can see more support because they're a man on their own, was a great answer.
Now, I think that you as a female think that you can be more mean than men can be.
Okay, can I just interrupt for a minute? So you're talking to women in general, not to me.
No, I was giving you a baseline. And
but you're telling me how you think I think, which is pretty interesting. I just met you. Right? So if you're speaking about women in general, Okay, so the baseline. Say that again. Try and say it with less. Try and say it more neutrally, if you can, for me.
Okay, fair enough. And I think that I already did it pretty neutrally because I was setting the baseline.
You probably did. You probably did.
So I did it for two baselines. If a father needs to raise a child alone, and if a mother needs to raise a child alone, and you chose that the father would be the better choice in that case. So my answer was, not to discriminate any woman, is why do you think
I didn't choose that a father would be better.
Oh, then
I was never asked that. I was never asked that question. It's okay. It could have been inferred by a different question you asked when you were asking about successful outcomes, perhaps. But that's still an inference made by a different question. It's not the direct question that the direct statement was not. Yeah. Anyways, please, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be pedantic.
No, it's fine because I pretty much assumed that I was asking the same question. But apparently I did not. So I'm confused with, I guess, the outcome because, yeah, in all honesty, I'm pretty sure that I did ask the same question and the same baseline, and I was really careful how I explained it so you could answer it really carefully, and apparently you're not really happy with the thing that you said.
Well, I'll give you this much because I'm not very good at yes and no answers. I was always got in trouble for that when I first came out on YouTube. They'd be like, just answer the question, right? But I also understand that, we can lead each other to our own inferences and what we have expectations of based on the way we demand answers from a person. And I'll tell you this much. In the 70s, early 80s, my parents they separated in the 70s, divorced in the 80s. When they went to court to decide how to split up the children, right? The court decided, and I wasn't just a child, so I have no idea how this came to be. But the court decided in 1981 that the children would get to choose which parent they want to live with, right? Which is absurd to me, but it wasn't exercised till 1984. It was just the way my dad lived in a one-bedroom apartment and my mom had blah, blah, blah. And then my mom moved out of the family house. My dad moved back in, blah, blah, blah. But 3 out of 4 children chose their father. I chose my mother. Now, why did I choose my mother? Because none of my other siblings did. I didn't want her to be alone. So
are you basing your inference or your response based on personal history then?
No, I just think that some of these conversations...
Because I told you it was a neutral baseline.
Yeah, but so the neutral... we've gotten so far from it. I probably have forgotten the question. And you're right, Frank. You're pretty astute. I may have answered a question that was more direct. That I, rather than really said, "Hey, I'm not interested in answering this question." It's a case by case basis. There's such a variation for someone like yourself who said everybody's biology is different. Everybody's psychology is different. There's no generalization in this scenario. We can talk. I understand bell curves. I understand the center 50%, right? But we're always talking about the center 50%, not the 25% on either side, which is still only 50% of society, even if the mean equals the median equals the mode. Right? So it's interesting when we get into these kinds of generalizations, and I really appreciate you and the way you're communicating about this, because it is very typical of me to, be long-winded and want to look at case studies, want to look at exceptions, want to, show that we can't paint one picture for everyone, right? So I really don't think I don't think that there is an answer to some of these questions.
Personally, I think that statistics...
Speckman, hold on. If you let me, please, then Bex, then the inference that I'm getting, and maybe I am wrong, then you chose for your mother, and yet you said that in that question that I asked, that probably fathers would do it better. Then is that an inference to you perhaps
If I
made a
said
bad
that,
choice?
or if I, yeah, I don't, yeah, if I said that, then I redact it.
Okay.
She
Thank you.
actually didn't say that. She just agreed with me, and what I said was
No,
statistics.
it was way before that.
Okay.
Okay, then that's totally inconclusive. Thank you.
And
I
would
apologize
like
for
to
wasting
say
people's time.
I disagree to a certain extent with Bex. I think that statistics are there for a reason. I don't think statistics tell you the exact minutiae of each decision that was made that created when you're looking at the sexes and outcomes. I don't think it goes into the super deep minutiae of why and what, but overall, the statistics do actually favor single fathers having better outcomes for their children. But then again, I'm one of those children that had the choice whether I wanted to go and live with my father or stay with my mother. And I chose my mother because maybe it was hero worship, maybe it was, I couldn't tell you exactly why, but I love my dad. I live with my dad now. I mean, I'm looking after him in his old age, but I felt that my mum was the better choice.
So, Frank, what's your take on women who are totally lacking in any maternal instincts?
Oh, I love women.
Sorry?
I love women.
No, all women, even if they're lacking in maternal instincts.
Well, it depends. Well, some have lack of maternal instincts because they never got pregnant. So, yeah.
All right. All right. No, because I've got no maternal instincts whatsoever. None. I haven't got. When I see a baby, unlike when I see a kitten, I've got no urge to look after it, to pick it up, play with it, anything. Nothing. There's nothing there. Absolutely nothing. And I'm the only woman I've met that feels that way.
There's always the exception to the norm, Chickpea.
Yes, that's true. I'm the exception to the
I just
norm.
want to.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say that I was by no means denouncing statistics. Like I'm not grandstanding here. That's my master's degree is in statistics. It's applied to economics, but it still is statistics. I don't practice it. I haven't used it in my life.
Are you an economist?
Yes, I am.
Ask anybody on this channel. I have desperately looking for an economist to evaluate my work.
We've been waiting for you, Bex, for Mr. Speck.
Yeah, I've been looking for over a year. I'm going to put my email address in the private chat if you want to take. If you don't want to, I understand it, but I could really, really use an economist to just evaluate my work.
You'd be better than ChatGPT, Bex, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. I could do my best. I mean, I'm no young woman. I'll be 54 this year, and my education, I finished grad school in 2003. So, and never practiced it for work, right? Never used it for my work. So, but I'd be happy to communicate and see how I can help, or even see if I can find some of my old economics, friends from economics, to see if any of them would be interested in helping beyond where some of my theory or some of my understandings may have sort of grayed over time. But I could do my best to help and even find more connections if I'm not as versed. Money and banking was never my forte.
Renegade economist who thinks in a way that is anti-typical.
I definitely think anti-typical.
I have got the most feedback from any economist on anything that I've ever said or that, and I have literally sent maybe 100 emails to different people, and I'm just not getting any feedback. And I don't mind if it's crushingly brutal. Just ask Frank. He knows that I can accept somebody that. But yeah, my email is in the private chat. I'd love for you to have a look at my work.
Excellent. I'd be happy to look at it. So I've screenshot it and I clicked it, but it took me out of here for a second. So I'm not sure if there's an open window behind. If I can't, then I'll just zoom in and type it in and send you a message later. Also, feel free to email me. My email is really easy. It's the Bex Factor, Bex with 2 X's, at gmail.com.
Can you do me a favor, Bex? I
put it in that.
highly dyslexic. Can you pull it in the private chat? I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. There you go. So, if I don't hear from you, I will send you a message.
And it's good to see you here because D&W does brilliant work. He is really not afraid to ask the big questions, and he provides a platform for people to ask the big questions. So, good work, D&W.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm still
I'm
asking
new.
what the
I'm
hell
new
you're
to the
going on
channel.
about, Speckman.
Can I ask a big question of Frank? A
Yes.
real whopper question.
Sure.
I asked the other Frank guy. You know what, Frank? Unlike the vast majority of humanity, I would love to know when I'm going to die. I know that sounds disgusting, but I would love to know. But why is it that only I feel like this and the 99% don't?
You know what it is, Chickpea, is that you're really adorable. You really are.
Oh, hell, thank you. I love you too, Frank. Yes, your star sign matches mine.
You always know how to cheer me up on a Friday night, Chickpea. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Because, you're such a doom gloomer that it's just adorable.
Thank you. Really?
Yeah, honey, I don't know what to say. I really don't.
It's just curious, though, isn't it? I'm the only person I've never met anyone in my whole time alive. I would love to know. I would really
Chickpea. I think it's a silly question.
No, it's not. It's
It
irrelevant.
is because you can't quite be sure unless even if there was a hitman standing with a gun to your forehead, say you're going to die in 5 seconds, you can't be sure that the gun isn't going to jam. Now you're putting your faith in someone else's words. You don't know whether it's true or not. There may be an element of even self-fulfilling prophecy that you're worrying about something and then it causes you to die. I mean, you just don't know, Chickpea.
I know I don't
Even
know,
if someone
Bob.
tells
That's
you, you
why-
can't know for sure that it's true. And that's why people don't seek this kind of information.
No,
Because
So, Chickpea, let me ask you, since you were last asking, is that you have a lot of knowledge about biological things. So tell me, since you hate yourself so much, then how come that you know how sperm works?
I don't hate myself. I actually look after my meat bag really well. My meat bag is in better
No,
shape.
answer the question.
no, she doesn't
work.
hate herself, Frank. She doesn't agree with the way you framed that. She
No.
loves herself.
No, and I kind of needed to. I kind of needed to brush away from the last.
I wouldn't say that, Chickpea.
No, but she
was
was
a joke,
she was talking about pregnancy, right? So you obviously, Chickpea, you do have experience. So explain. I'm pretty sure people are curious about that.
Sperm, but
Go ahead.
Well, men thing is right. Abortion. I'm very, very pro-abortion. A lot of men are anti.
Make it work. Give us some biology. How does it work?
Well, basically, the little eggs there, the sperm enters, and there it's off. The soul has
The egg chooses the sperm,
Yeah, well,
chooses. Go ahead, keep going.
I'll tell you something.
That's not entirely true. The woman's biological.
Of course, the word "choose" is wrong, but the egg chemically compels a sperm that it is attracted towards.
Right, I'll tell you a funny story. Back in the 80s, I went to see a hypnotherapist, right, to quit
Oh,
smoking,
God.
believe it or not. He regressed me back to before I was born. You couldn't find this hard to believe, but I actually found myself in another location. I saw the egg, I saw the sperm, I saw them unite, and I saw the cells dividing in a strange, it was in a different time warp, he's laughing, and everything. When this fetus kept growing and growing and growing, I had my consciousness and I had my soul, but I was outside the fetus. Something happened to the forehead and I put a V on it to make things better, and then I entered the fetus. But I was born with a big red V on my forehead. My mother confirmed it when I told her the strange story.
I know. But honey, you're like 28 years old, right?
No, I was 38.
D&W, there's nothing that I can say that will suit this woman. What's wrong?
I was 38.
No, in all honesty, I'm just teasing you because I know, honey, I know your story. I really do. And I'm just messing with you.
Yeah.
And I really think that, you should be a little bit more lighter on yourself. And that is why I say that you're adorable, because you're a doom gloomer. And that's why I just like teasing you.
All right, okay, fair enough. I love you too, Frank.
Why don't we, Frank? We've tried very hard to get Chickpea to fall in love with existence.
Are you in London, Frank?
No, I'm not. You want me to be in London? Because I will fly over tomorrow, honey. No worries.
Because I was thinking about going to see a therapist, actually.
Frank, is there any way you might help Chickpea fall in love with existence?
Frank. A strange awakening.
She's already in love with me.
I am. No, Frank, I'll tell you something. I was talking to AI the other day, and I was asking about out-of-body experiences and why I feel the way that I do, because I feel very homesick for something. And AI said to me, I feel homesick for what I experienced when I had my out-of-body experience, because I know there's something else there and I want to go back. And I'm thinking about going to see a therapist to talk about it because I'm very upset. But I need a really gloomy therapist that doesn't mind me talking doom and gloom. Because, I'm a doomy gloomer.
So, Chickpea, would you recommend past lifetime regression to everybody?
I did. Yes, I'm thinking about it. Yes, I'm thinking about it.
I had a past lifetime experience, and it was a very strange one. I was staying as a volunteer in a farmhouse in the UK in a place called Street. Silly name. Anyway, and they had this little hippie kid that kind of like treated the whole kind of mini commune as his parent, and he was an only child. And I mean, I was only a young man. I mean, I was like 20 or 21, but I thought that he was extremely spoiled and entitled, and I really did not like this kid. Anyway, so he did something to annoy me, and I was giving him a hard time. And one of his so-called father figures, he grabs me, he spins me around, and smashes me up against the wall of the house. And then I just kind of like went off somewhere, and I was standing in the middle of this cold, kind of like what's it called when you can't see in the morning? Misty, horrible, nasty place.
Fog.
A whole bunch of people all dressed in furs, and we were in a battle. And I recognized the guy next to me. I always make Frank laugh. This is brilliant. So I recognized the guy next to me as a friend of mine in real life. And he's like, go down, kill them all. And I can remember feeling great resentment towards him because I didn't want to fight this battle with like 50 people at all anyway. But I charged down the hill, all heroic, screaming. And the first guy that I see stabs me straight in the heart. And it was extremely painful. And then all of a sudden, I kind of snapped back to this guy giving me a hard time about how I was treating this kid. And he noticed that something very strange had happened because he kind of let go of me. And I just kind of like walked away thinking, what the hell just happened?
That is weird.
Can I ask, where were you at? Waterloo?
No, a place called Street in Devon. And Devon is a county in the UK.
No, but Frank, I've had strange experiences, weird things that don't add up, and I have.
Honey, why do you keep targeting me? That's so unfair.
I have a question for the people on panel who believe in past life experiences. Do you ever wonder if it's actually something that happened to the information in your reproductive organs? and let me just expand. Just because I've never had that, I don't feel like I believe in it. I know it's called reproductive organs, not productive organs. And so sometimes I wonder if isn't there genetic material in all of us that actually belongs to someone else, half of it. And couldn't some of those memories be resonating? And I'm not trying to make it be like someone trying to become your daughter or anything, Chick B. It's not about maternal instincts, but just about could these experiences be coming through this other information of these other people?
Actually, I'll tell you something weird. Apparently, and I was reading somewhere, doctors have discovered that sperm, remnants of sperm stay in the female's body. You know, when we have sex, remnants of the sperm of the man stay in our bodies for, the rest of our lives, apparently. And so I should think it's quite possible.
It's been debunked now, GP.
Yeah, it's been debunked.
It's been debunked.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know that.
It is the same in some simple creatures in Mother Nature, but not in humans.
I believe in epigenetics, that there's a science of epigenetics, like the way that your domestic dog, even though it's never been, to the cold Arctic, the way that it turns the circles before it lays down so it can create an indent in the snow that doesn't exist on your sofa. So I definitely believe in epigenetics.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything.
See,
And
I'll tell you guys
have,
one
I
thing.
have absolutely no scientific explanation to what happened to me on that day. I have no proof. I don't know why it happened. I don't know if it will happen again. And I don't know if Frank will ever stop laughing at me when I speak. But it was an experience I had, and I thought I'd share it with all of you, because I'm not afraid of looking silly. Why should I be? I think the world can learn a lot from me and Frank, where we learn to laugh at others, especially me, and ourselves, and we feel free to talk about things that we've experienced, no matter how strange they are.
Thank you, Spec. Daniela says our souls are an extension of a greater entity. Those past lives aren't actually ours, but just linked through the greater conscious entity. Red says nothing new under the sun. And that which it says, we taste and we experience a taste of death every time we fall asleep. Welcome to Vegan Equilibrium, brother. Welcome back.
Oh.
Don't let the sun go down on me.
So, Vegan Equilibrium, have you just come on to hang out, or have you got something in particular to say?
Just hanging out on my way to do some outreach.
Good man. Would you like to tell us about the outreach? Or?
Just some, animal rights stuff. Trying to talk to the public.
Excellent, guys. Is anybody else hearing? Can you hear Noodles clearly, or is he coming through?
No,
shaky.
Yeah, he might need to toggle his microphone settings, or you might be able to do it, DNW.
Yeah, I'll have a go.
I want to take this time, you guys, just before you get on to the next topic, to say thank you so much for having me. It was delightful conversation here today. I look forward to coming up in the future. My battery's dying on my phone, and I'm just going to hop back down into chat. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Beck. Well, it was great to have you here. We look forward to next time.
It's nice listening to you.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Yeah. What Daniela said was interesting.
Where's
Obviously,
Frank? Oh no, has Frank gone?
Frank's just popped out for a little bit. He hopefully will come back.
I hope so, because I do like Frank. He's a lovely guy, absolute sweetie.
You're just being favourable to him because he's Dutch.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Je bent alleen maar lief.
I'm joking. He is a lovely guy.
What?
I'm joking. He is a nice guy.
He's not Dutch. Is he?
He is Dutch.
What?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
He is Dutch, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah. The other night I was talking Dutch with him and that, and yeah.
Oh
So
wow!
and yeah.
Oh my goodness! I can't believe it. Oh, I can't wait to. Oh my goodness! I wonder where his holiday comes from. Wow!
Why
Sorry,
can I
I'm just
hear?
left speechless with that.
Why can I hear a horse in the background?
Yeah, Vegan Equilibrium, we're going to have to mute you, mate, because we can hear a lot of feedback. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, the link is pinned in the live chat. If you want to come on, please do.
Speckman,
We
your
can
Dutch
go
is
for
very
another
good,
bit.
isn't it?
Actually, we can go for quite a bit. This is Friday, so we'll go for
when
a
I
good hour
was
and a half,
10.
maybe.
When I was 10, my mother met a Dutchman. She was working on a program for people that had just finished rehab. And the idea of the program was to place people in a drugs environment that wasn't familiar to them, where they didn't know anybody, and see how the new tools that they'd been given in rehab, how they worked in real life. And one of the hostels, my stepfather worked there, and he was born in a place called Savenham near Venlo in Limburg, and they fell in love, and they were together for the rest of their lives, pretty much.
Wow!
So, yeah.
Lucky them. Gosh, oh, gosh. Well.
Yeah, we were extremely lucky because it gave me a chance anyway. We got out of London, and my stepfather was a truck driver, long distance. And when he had free time, he took us to Luxembourg, to Belgium, to France, all over Germany. And having lived in a single parent family my whole life,
Yeah.
having two parents was amazing and a luxury. So, yeah.
Wow. I've never been to Luxembourg. I regret that. Yeah. You know what else I miss? I never went to see was Liechtenstein. You been to Liechtenstein?
Unfortunately, no, but I'd like to go. I love these tiny places. I think I was reading that Luxembourg has a standing army of like 120 people.
Wow. Yeah, I really regret not having been to visit there. Yeah, there in Liechtenstein. Regret that.
Well, with all of your cats, you'd have to find a babysitter, wouldn't you?
Exactly. Yeah, it's and I've got hundreds of plants as well. Yes, loads of cats and loads of plants.
Well, in my voluntary work, on occasion, because people ask you to look after their homes, which is absolutely amazing and strange. There's one's called Workaway, the other one's called Help X, and you sign up and you go on, and there's literally people all over the world, and people's like, oh, can you look after my house, water my plants, and feed my animals? And I'm like, oh, hell yeah. And so you do that, and then when they get back, they normally, they buy you a big present for helping them. So money can't be exchanged, but there's lots of ways to.
Oh right.
Yeah. So I ended up looking after lots of people's houses and pets, and enjoyed myself whilst doing it.
Yes, quite a nice thing to do. Because I'll tell you something, Spec. One thing that I daren't be ill because I've got these 8 cats. Terrified of being ill. Terrified. Because what am I going to do? Is 8 cats got to be cared for, and a load of pot plants. Yeah.
It's funny because the world is kinder sometimes than we believe. And on both of those sites, everybody gets a star rating, if you see what I mean. And people are very frugal with their stars. So if somebody's got like 20 recommendations and like a 4-star rating, that person has proven themselves to be trustworthy, if you see what I mean. When we were on the permaculture place, we used to get volunteers all the time, and out of like 100 volunteers, there was only ever one that caused us some trouble, and it wasn't the end of the world.
Right. I really must look into all that because, yes, like I said, I've got these 8 cats. Yeah.
So yeah, one's called Work Away.
Yeah.
Very simple. Work, and the other one's called Help X.
Right. I'll look into those.
And yeah, so you register as a host.
Yeah.
And then once you register as a host, other people can see that want to be volunteers. They can see, and then you describe the thing that it is that you want help with, whether it be redesigning your garden, whether it be building a pond, whether it be, and people. But the downside of it is you actually have to have physical space to house them, because if you don't, then because people, like, if somebody desperately wanted to go to London but they want to save on hotel fee or couch surfing fees, or then they would volunteer to give somebody 4 hours a day, and then so it works out in that way, so it makes it easy for you to travel the world. Plus, if you go to like a major city like Prague, there's somebody there that can go, you should go this, or go and look at this, or it kind of, it's nice. It's just nice.
Wow, that sounds very nice. Hold on, I must write all this down in my, because my silly little brain is useless.
And I'll put the links to both of them in the private chat if you want as well.
Tell me again. It was what was it?
One's called Work Away.
Work Away.
And it's volunteering work, and the other one's called Help X, but it's the X is right on the end of the word. It's Help X.
Okay, yeah, got it. Right. I'll have to look into all that.
When I was a young guy, I really enjoyed just traveling around doing projects and met a lot of people, and when I was volunteering, I never had a bad experience, and I must have volunteered for like 30 people. And later on, when we were accepting volunteers, like I said, like 100 volunteers, because we had a massive farm, permaculture farm, and it was 52 hectares big, so we had space galore, and never had any problems with any of the volunteers except for one. So
yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to research this weekend, because yes, because I live quite close to the city and to the West End, so I mean, very close to London and the city.
And honestly, even if it's a tent in the back garden, during the there's so many people, they want to do something meaningful, and I think it's a really good way. Lots of my life experiences like that, I wrote spec and all of that, but lots of my life experience in that, half of the reason that I wrote what I wrote was because at the moment, these volunteers, they live in kind of like a semi legal space where you have to use strange language to compensate each other for your time and one of the things that I tried to facilitate better in spec was make it possible for ordinary people to create simple contracts with each other and literally recompense each other more efficiently. Anyway.
That sounds nice. Yeah, it's something I would have liked to have done, but I've always had rents or mortgages to pay, and so you have to have a well-paid job to pay the mortgage, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
But as one lady said to me, she said, I see it like there's two options. I could travel the world and meet all of these people and see all new things, or I could create a space for the world to come into, and I can meet the world and learn new things and that. But she did have a massive garden, her own garden, where
Wow.
yeah, and she always had something to do, whether it was planting, whether it was cleaning the garden, whether it was potting, whether she always had stuff to do, if you see what I mean. So the volunteers could actually be, and for most of these people, it was the first time that they'd ever even done something like that, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Learning how to make a brine, learning how to make sure that the pots are sealed properly, learning how to sterilize. So it was a good experience.
Yes.
And like she said, she got to meet people from all around the world, find out about what they were doing, and
What a nice way to
very
live.
positive.
Yeah, that's a lovely way to live. It is.
Yeah, I wish that we had more of that, if you see what I mean.
I never
Because
knew it existed until just now.
and it's really funny. Like I keep telling people, I live in the middle of London. I live right near Brixton, and during the summertime, at least, my front door never closes. We just don't bother to close it anymore, because I kind of feel that if the bad thing's going to happen, it can happen no matter where I am or when I am, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Just because you lock your door every night, it doesn't mean to say that when you're going down to Tesco's that something bad might not happen to you.
Yes. Oh, I know that.
But
Yeah.
but once I finally managed to discard that fear, I'm not saying that I'm safer than anybody else, but I don't feel as anxious and worried as other people. I'm ready for the universe to do what the universe is going to do. I just try to be the best person I can and hope that the universe respects that and is nice to me.
Yes. I must admit, I leave my front door, well, have been this weather, past few months. I've had the windows open, back door open, front door open, because I have to get a bit of hopefully cool air in
It has been an epic summer, huh?
It's been horrible. I'm so glad it's so well. I tell you, Spec Man, it's worn me out. I'm absolutely exhausted. I'm completely exhausted. It's been a hard summer. Oh, hope we don't get too many of them. It's been.
I'm looking at the big pictures, and I don't think it's gonna ease up any.
No, I don't. Oh, I don't think that at all. No, I think we're. Should I tell you something, Spec Man? It's been. We've had this weather whilst in Yemen. It's been snowing. Now, I've lived in Yemen when I was a little girl. I lived there. It's a very hot country. It's been snowing in Yemen.
That's kind of the logic that my dad uses. My dad's kind of like, well, if it's getting warmer in one place, it must be getting colder in another place.
Going on. Yeah.
So I don't know, but we live on an extremely complex place that with billions of interactions between, from the bacteria to the insects to the sea and we live in an extremely complex place, and meteorologists have been trying to work out that puzzle for over 100 years, and they're only halfway to truly understanding what makes the world tick.
Yes, I bet they are. It's certainly yes, it's
Have you heard about this American company, and they are building a mirror that they want to put into space?
Yeah.
It's like, what? Why do we need to have extra
crap?
Yeah, that's just making our day longer than it's crazy. I mean, why? Why? And if that's successful and people like it, are they going to try to never let it be dark anywhere in the world, which would be terribly bad because it will mess up the
nightmare that would be.
Yeah, it will mess up all of the cycles of all of the we humans can be terribly irresponsible.
Yes.
You know.
Yes, it's very upsetting. It's all stuff, and more stuff. And it's sweet to point now there's far too much stuff. Do you know that there's more plastic weight for weight than there is weight in wildlife? Do you know that?
It really doesn't surprise me.
Upsetting, isn't it? It's very
doesn't.
upsetting.
And I, because of the way that it works, you know, even human babies now, because we gather the resources that are available to create new lives. So pregnant women, a little bit of their baby nowadays is made up of these microplastics,
Plastic, yes.
which is crazy.
Incredible, isn't it? Yes.
So
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, it's all the wildlife and the birds. It's heartbreaking. I mean, I don't care about the babies because I don't like babies, but I find it sad for the wildlife because they are the innocents in all this. You know?
You're in the minority, because when on the rare occasion, you know, even now when I get to see a toddler being a toddler, it just makes me happy because they've got so much hope for, you know, and everything's new and it's all an adventure, you know, and yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I would never harm a baby, Spec. I would never harm a child.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, you're a really compassionate person. I mean, you know,
Well,
you share your
animals.
life. You share your life with 8 cats, and they deserve just as much understanding and compassion as anybody else. No. But like I said, I mean, apart from a little bit of a rocky start, I feel that I had a blessed childhood. You know, I had good parents. My stepfather was really good to me and my little sister, and you know, my parents gave us all opportunities. We were allowed to speak our minds, and so I've you know, I enjoyed my childhood very much more than my adulthood. You know, you know the way that the world tries to push you into a box, and but yeah, I mean, I want everything to have a good childhood, even to the butterfly. I want the butterfly to have a good caterpillarhood.
Yeah, I do. Well, yes, I'm afraid I love all animals. Yes, I mustn't talk about it. Mustn't. But yeah, it's okay. I do love.
Hello, Johnny.
You know what? He hasn't got a positive word to say, and I love him for that.
Yeah, Johnny, feel free to chip in whenever you want, mate.
So you're still here, Grumpy Guts? Grump. I don't know why I call you Grumpy Guts. I think I might change the name to Happy DNW.
Thank you.
So, Johnny, did you have a terrible childhood or a semi wonderful childhood like I did?
It's in the middle, man. I was just gonna say, Chickpea. I mean, would you even like snakes too, like poisonous snakes?
Yes, I like snakes. I like all animals. And I have met a snake when I was in Holland. There was a flip place. Gosh, my bloody brain! Since this heat, my brain doesn't work anymore. And I did meet some snakes, and I met some lizards and everything, and I loved them. There was a reptile.
I have to admit, after watching Clint's Reptiles, there's a program on YouTube called Clint's Reptiles.
Yeah.
And he really, really, really loves his reptiles, and he's got like this center where people can come in and pet reptiles, believe it or not, and that. And
that's what I did in Holland.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to pet one, but I do have a greater understanding for, you know, some of these, and they're so different, you know. Even one snake can be so different to another. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all different. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, like in California, they got the California king snake. It eats the rattlesnakes. So I really like the California king snake, but not rattlesnakes because they're poisonous, you know. So
yes,
Clint says that rattlesnakes are actually the most considerate snakes on the planet, because
they let you know.
They will actually rattle and kind of
Yeah.
go, I'm here, I'm scary. Whereas say a viper, okay,
Yeah.
they're less venomous, but a viper, it doesn't do any of that. It will just hide until you accidentally
Yeah.
step on him, and then it will bite you like it was your fault.
Well, should you?
So rattlesnakes, according to Clint anyway, are the most friendly snakes in the world.
Yeah, but when you're in the farm field moving aluminum sprinklers, like 3-inch, 30-foot long aluminum impact sprinklers, you know, the ones with 3-foot risers. If you're in a field moving sprinklers like that, pipes, and some of those rattlesnakes don't warn you when you step on them. You step on them, and then they don't warn you. They warn you while they're biting you. So it depends on the circumstance with a rattlesnake.
Yeah, but
well,
if
you heard it. You heard it here first. You've got more
you.
social. You got more social rattlesnakes, anti-so. So you work in the farming industry.
Oh yes, I still farm hay. I make hay bales. I was on a few channels. I think Jack Talcott. I was on his channel, Disking Land, and also 13 and Above too. I don't know if you guys know those two channels.
I love Jack. I love him. Yeah. I like his show. Sometimes I just tune in for like 20 minutes to get that hit of Jack dopamine of love and understanding.
Also, I was on Society X too. I don't know if you guys know Society X. He's out of the UK.
I don't know that one.
You know Jamie at Society X?
No, I really don't know that one.
Oh yeah, he's from UK. He's a big channel man.
Maybe I like in a certain way, I know it's selfish, the smaller channels, because I have enough difficulty in following the chat as is, and when it's really big, they just whiz by so fast. You know, it's hard to follow.
Well, I mean, he's not that big. He might have like 200 at most viewers in a live chat, but he lets a lot of people on panel. He's open to anybody, even the United States. People from the United States that have a different accent from you guys, he lets them on. People that look like me. My avatar is from 1999. That's how I looked back in 1999. It looks kind of like trans, you know, like trans guy, but he let me on too. So he's open. He's pretty cool, man.
No, man, people need to talk to each other, and I that is the part of the internet revolution that I love most. It actually allows us to, you know, really be in contact with the rest of the world, and not what the news wants you to see, if you know what I mean. Because I'm 50, so as a kid, if they said that the Americans did something, I had no way of knowing whether it was true or not. Oh, he disappeared. He's gone. He fell out. He got by a rattlesnake, Chickpea. And it didn't warn him.
Yeah, don't know what to say, but yeah, I like all animals. It's us humans I have a problem with.
My dad's calling me, so I think he wants some tea, probably a slice of toast. So I'm gonna log off. It's been lovely talking to you, Chickpea.
And you, Specman.
Night, DNW.
He's gone. Everyone's gone.
Good
Grant.
night. Oh, I was too slow unmuting.
I wonder why is everybody so gone tonight?
Don't know. Well, there is a link in the pin chat if anyone wants to come on.
I think a Cougar on. I like listening to Cougar. I bought a Gnosis book today. Where is it gone? Hold on. Where is it? I'll show it to you.
Chickpea, I'm going to get myself a corn cake.
Yep.
And I'm going to put
Lost
some
Light of the
hummus
Cathars.
on it. Did you hear what I said?
Yes. So
while I go to the kitchen to do that, I'll be a few minutes. Will you read us some of your book?
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
talk to
Cougar's here as well.
myself.
Thank you, Cougar.
Cougar's
I'll
here.
be right back, guys.
Hi, Cougar. I must
Hi,
tell
guys.
you something, Cougar. You
Sure,
know
sure.
Yemen? You know it's been snowing in the Yemen this week?
I heard you say that twice, and I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, it was on Watchmaflips. I've forgotten that thing there once a month on YouTube. There's a thing of what's been going on in the world with the weather, and it's been
Okay.
snowing in Yemen. I've lived in Yemen when I was in 60s when I was a little girl, and Yemen's very hot. And it's all desert, but they've got snow. That's how mad it is.
Interesting. I hadn't heard that, and I wonder how that's even feasible for Yemen to get snow.
Yes, I know.
Do they have mountains? Do they have a mountain
Yemen,
range?
yeah, well, Yemen's
Okay.
desert, mostly desert, and mountains.
Yeah, I know.
Mm.
Well, deserts can get snow.
Yeah.
We had a similar thing happen. I guess it's Chile, the Atacama Desert, which gets like half a centimeter of rain annually, got 3 centimeters all at once. Atacama Desert. Basically, I guess it destroyed the place.
Yeah, it's been some very intense weather the past month. And I tell you, Kuka, this summer, it's been the worst summer of my life. It's been horrible.
Yeah, I heard you saying that, and you also said something that actually made me a little bit worried. You said that you're exhausted. Is that right?
Yeah, from the heat. Yes, exhausted. Completely.
Yeah. Okay. Please take that seriously. Okay,
yes,
yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Don't. At your age and at my age, we have to take that seriously.
Yeah.
I have found that I just can't. I'm only 67. I can't stand the hot days. I just can't. Used to be I could. I would work right through a hot day. Now I just no.
Yeah.
And I just can't do it.
Yeah. I've lived in the Middle East. I loved it. Whereas now I hate this hot weather. Now I'm getting older. Hate it. And I used to go to Greece every year and cook myself on the beaches for an entire fortnight. Now I hate it. But I find the heat we get now isn't as pleasant as it used to be years ago. It's changed.
Well, it has changed. You're getting heat waves. You're getting some crazy heat waves. Just crazy. You're up to 5 of them now, I think, in a row. 5 in a row. Yeah. Like every week or every other week, you get a massive heat wave the last 3 or 4 days, and that's not good. So anyway, do monitor that. Take care of yourself.
Prep yourself, chickpea. Apparently, we're going to have an absolutely fucking freezing winter.
Can't wait. I can't wait, Grumps. I cannot wait. I'm going to go out and lay in it. Nice and cold.
So DNW, is that because of El Nino? Is this like a known pattern for the UK?
Apparently, that's what they're saying now. I heard it on the news. That, like a few weather, analysts are saying, they're looking at the, the trajectory of what's going on, and we're going to have a very, very cold winter.
Yeah, then take that seriously. Although I will say something else. Having said take it seriously, the current brewing El Nino, which is just kind of going, it's just still building, and they don't even know when it's going to stop building. It's still building. It's so off the charts, so off the map that I'm a little bit worried that making simple projections, back in the envelope projections into the future could be questionable. When the Earth system gets really extreme and it starts to run off the rails, then it's off the rails, and you really have to be careful making predictions. So I hope that it's just cold rather than more heat waves and raging waves at the shore and that kind of thing. Well, we'll see what happens.
But I think it's I've never known weather like it my whole life, and I don't know what to make of it, to be quite honest. But
I think
I've got aircon, so I'm all right.
That's good.
I've got aircon.
Yeah, that's good, and that helps. My only concern would be that you end up with no electricity.
Yes,
this winter.
I have thought of that one, Kuka.
Yeah, and let's just say the next thing, which is that if it is going to get really cold, and if the cold destroys the electrical grid, which it might do, then you might find yourself in a really, really dangerous situation. Take this seriously, okay?
Yeah.
It could be very dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got lots of duvets stashed away and everything. I have been prepping.
All right. That's good. I'm really glad to hear that. So that's good.
Yes. Oh, don't worry. I can see trouble coming. I can see it coming.
Yeah. And you live in an apartment, right?
Yes, ground floor apartment. Yeah.
Ground floor apartment. That helps a little bit because you've got a lot of surrounding,
Yes.
building around you, above, below, left and right, whatever, and it tends to provide some insulation against the worst of it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear it. Well, anyway, Yemen. That sounds kind of crazy.
I know.
I guess I haven't heard about that. I tend to monitor things. I hadn't heard that one.
Hold
Maybe
on.
I'll go check that.
Have a look online. Let's see. Have a look at my histories. I'll tell you where I got it from.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. God, my internet's slow tonight. It really is slow. Let me just look at my history, and I will find it for you.
Okay.
That's a
I
private
could also just.
channel, actually. Hold on. Let me just find it.
I could ask Gemini too.
Don't you watch SOT, Earth Changes? SOTT, Earth Changes Summary. Don't you watch that?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you surprised me, because it basically SOTT. It's on there, and they show extreme weather over the planet every month. For 20 minutes, just weird weather. And they showed Yemen, snow. Yeah, and there's been weird weather in Italy as well. It's very weird weather going on.
Yeah.
Snow in Yemen.
Yeah. There's a tendency to call it weather, which makes a lot of sense because it looks like weather. But what it really is it's an ongoing breakdown of the entire Earth dynamic system. The climate system is just off the rails at this point. And time to worry. Time to be aware. You don't have to worry. Just definitely be aware of what's going on.
Yes, I think. I think there's Yes, I don't like to think about it too much, but this heat terrifies me. I lost a cat to this heat a few years back. He died from heat stroke.
Yeah, I heard that story. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a heads up. That's a warning.
Yeah, I had this gorgeous big Russian blue tomcat, Boris his name was, and he had heat stroke, killed him. Horrible.
Interesting. Do they have a heavy coat?
Yes, the Russian blue are designed to live in Russia. Their genetics is.
Chippy, I'm not picking on you, but I can't verify your claim that there has been snow in Yemen this week.
It's on SOT. If you watch SOT, I'm just saying what's on SOT. I mean, all right. I assume they would tell you.
Yeah, for what it's worth. For what it's worth, I haven't heard that either. And I wonder if maybe that's even old news or something else is going on.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it might be an old. It might be an old video. I know it. I heard it did snow like in the winter time there, or somewhere around there.
Yeah,
it might be. It might have been an old video, Chippy.
And sometimes when these YouTube channels that are trying to make do when things are slow. They dig things up, older news, and they run it as new.
They're saying a month ago, a rare snowstorm. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
I have to backtrack and say, a month ago, a rare snowstorm hits Yemeni province as Europe swelters under heat wave. How much of Europe is experiencing? It was a month ago.
Yeah, sorry. SOT does everything a month in arrears. Sorry. See, my brain's not working. I should have said it happened in July. SOT is a month behind. So it's August. Yeah,
anyway,
from last month. Sorry.
That's still interesting. That's still really interesting.
Yeah. A rare snowfall in Yemen, an unusual weather event, has drawn widespread attention as it sharply contrasts with the extreme temperatures affecting parts of Europe.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. Yes, I should have said last month, but the heat. I tell you, Kuka, my brain's not working properly because this heat. I still haven't recovered.
That is weird.
Yeah, because I've lived
in
Yemen. Place.
Yeah, it is weird, and it doesn't get any better, folks. It's just going to stay weird from now on. And when I say now on, I'm talking about hundreds of years. It just gets worse, weird, more dangerous, more strange, and it does so for hundreds of years.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. Anyway, thanks for that, Grumps, because I thought for a minute I was going bananas.
No.
Yeah,
It's hard. It's hard to keep up.
Yeah.
It is hard to keep up.
Sorry.
No, that's all.
I lived in Yemen for 2 years, and it's the most beautiful, warm, sunny country. I cannot believe that it's having bad weather. I cannot believe it.
Well, this is a global phenomenon. Every place on the planet is going to have some kind of surprise in store, especially this year. This year is off the hook, folks.
Yes.
Seriously,
Thank you.
off the hook. Yeah.
Yes.
Watch out.
Yes. Yes. Are you stockpiling food, you two?
No.
Yes.
I am. Yeah, I'm stockpiling cat food, Grumps. I'm stockpiling.
That's a good idea.
Food and
That's
seeds
a very.
and
That's a very. You are a very responsible feline friend.
Oh, yeah, very responsible.
No, you are.
Yeah.
That's very good of you.
I would also make sure that you also had a backup power supply. You can get these big battery banks. They're called UPSs, uninterruptible power supply. And you can just plug it into an outlet in your home, and it just charges itself. It sits there and charges. And then when the power goes out, of course, it has a battery in it. You can use it for power. And then you can charge your cell phone, maybe charge a laptop computer, and at least it keeps you connected to news and advisories like evacuations and stuff like that. I already have that. In fact, my whole property is on a battery, all of it. So I don't really worry too much about that. But man, if I didn't have off-grid solar, I'd be all about having a backup power supply, a big one.
Yes, because I remember last year thinking about getting one. They're quite pricey, but I think I will get one. Yeah.
Yeah. Think of it as life preserving, because if there was an evacuation or a long-term problem, like the power is out and it's going to stay out for a week, you would need to know that. You would need to know that.
Yeah, but I think it's highly likely to happen to me because I live right next door to the City of London. We're twinned with the city, so they would never allow that to happen in the city because the city being the city. So hopefully, won't affect me here. But
you'd be surprised though. Remember, this could get really bad, and don't assume that what you've seen in the past is going to be much of an indicator for what we're going to have this winter.
Yeah, I think we're for that time. I do feel that. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Some places will be worse than others, and maybe you'll get lucky, and London will be fine. But right now, we just don't know. So make no assumptions.
Yeah. Well, luckily, I'm not living at sea level, so at least I don't have that worry.
Yeah, London is pretty far inland, right?
No, but it's I live on the top. I live 49 feet above sea level, so hopefully I don't have to worry about flooding at least.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about flooding so much as just like hurricane force winds, high winds, really bad North Atlantic storms, possibly even basically a hurricane could happen in the winter. And nothing is off the table at this point. Anything could happen.
Yeah. I live in quite an old build. Build I live in is quite strong, so but yes, it's going to be a horrible winter. I can, I can cope with the cold, but I can't cope with the heat too much. It's these summers that's scaring me, terrifying me.
Yeah, that's pretty typical, especially for seniors, because you can kind of bundle up against the cold, right?
Yeah.
And if you have electricity, then you can have an electric blanket or electric throw to sit on your lap and you're sitting in a chair. These are all really helpful. But in the summer, man, there's just no escape.
You can't escape.
What do you think of this? I'll go to Chickpea first. On screen, Chickpea. Can you see that?
Yeah. Yes.
What do you think? What's your view on that?
That's right. Yeah, I think it's dreadful. I think it's terrible. Dreadful.
So, guys, it says here billions are being spent exploring space while millions on Earth still live in poverty and climate crisis remains unsolved. I think it's an X account, Simple Talk, says maybe we should finish fixing the planet we already live on before spending billions trying to escape it. Some will say that's unfortunately overly simplistic. If only it was that simple. But what do you think, Chickpea?
Well, that's why I have this horrible attitude towards the world. I don't think we're very nice species. And Yeah, that's why I have the attitude I have. You know my attitude. I think, yes, this says it all, doesn't it?
What's your reaction, Cougar?
Because I'm a socialist, so, you know.
Yeah, I guess my general take on that is that we've noticed the discrepancies since the 1850s, right? And the same mechanisms that were active in the 1850s and before that are active today. And none of that's going to change. So, I don't know what the answer is for each individual, but most of us are not really necessary. We're just tolerated. Most of us are just tolerated. So if you lose a job, or you get a chronic illness, or you're a single mom with a kid, and you're just not that useful, then they throw you under the bus. They don't even hesitate. And I said this before, and I said it makes people mad when I say it. I think we're all going to get thrown under the bus. I think we're just useless leaders at this point, and they're going to say, "Yeah, we want to share this planet with you people." Forget it. You were useful when you were making cars, and you were useful when we had wars, and that was all great. But now we don't need you. So why are you still eating? That's how it feels.
I tell you, that's what Guidestones were about. They wanted to get rid of they wanted to knock it down to 500 million. And I think
well, I'm not sure the Georgia Guidestones wanted to. I think it was like a recommendation. But I've said that on Finding Gnosis myself and got nothing but a ration of shit for it. And I'm sorry, folks, but biology has something to say about all this. And biology is physics. Biology doesn't give shit. Okay, and we've got a problem. Oh boy, do we have a problem?
Yes.
And what was it? There's a Roger Hallam was talking about it. Yeah, he gave a talk. He gave a speech, or I had a consortium or whatever it was, talking about what the insurance adjusters, what do they call it, actuaries, came up with. The guys out of Exeter. And they said, "Oh yeah, this planet can't sustain more than about 4 billion humans." And when I do the math, I get like a fraction of that. So it's now out there. They're talking about it. This is the insurance companies. They're talking about 4 billion people. So there you go. It's now a topic. It's not just me. Is this the people who write the insurance policies are talking about it?
Yeah, it amazes me people don't see it, because I can see it just as clear as day to me, but I don't see it academically. I just see it somehow differently, but I see it, yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, the academics see it, the mathematicians see it, the climate scientists see it, and also the business people see it. They know what's going on. They get the reports. They get the quarterly reports. They read the science. They just don't want to talk about it because they're just going to try and string this out for as long as they can. Because every quarter that people don't rise up in rebellion, that's another quarter of unimpeded profits. And that's cynical, but that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, no, I agree with every word you say. Because I believe we had the industrial revolution, the agricultural revolution, the industrial. Now we're seeing the next revolution, and this one's going to get all of us. I really believe it.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to call it, but they're just going to sneak it in on us if they can, and then they don't want any revolt. They don't want anybody complaining. Just whatever. Go to your grave. Stop eating. Stop using electricity. Don't complain about the data centers. Die. Leave. It's like it's just inescapable. They're right out there doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But it's been like that since beginning of time. I mean, they did it twice now. This is just the third one. Third and final one. They threw us off the land and stuffed us into the city. You're one of the lucky ones. At least you managed to not get thrown into the city.
Yeah, I live in a suburb in Silicon Valley. And what makes the difference here, and I'll just admit to it, there's just so much money. There's so much money in the San Francisco Bay Area and the West Coast in general. there's so much fucking money, and I can see it working all the time. It works. It works. It works.
But money
And if
works.
you think that having a lot of money doesn't make a difference, and that we're all going to suffer, we're all going to suffer, we're all going, weather is the great equalizer. Excuse me, that is not how it is.
Oh, thank you, Cougar, because people always say to me, "Don't be such a miserable bitch," but I see money's everything, which is
And money can save your life.
exactly.
If you're in British Columbia or you're in Vancouver and the place is on fire, you could just buy a ticket and get on an airplane.
Yeah.
And you can even rent a hotel room for a month and a half or even 6 months. And the money just saves you.
Yes.
And it saves your mental health, it saves your physical health, and you just buy your way out of the problem. And my God, how many people can actually do that? It's like 1/10% of the population can just buy a ticket and go hang out in Amsterdam for 6 months.
Yes.
It's just like impossible for the rest of us.
Yes, exactly.
Impossible.
And people don't see. Cougar, you're the only person that shares that viewpoint with me. Because to me, money doesn't buy happiness. It may not make you happy, but by God, it makes life a lot times more easier and easy. I'd be much happier living in the country with a couple of horses and some donkeys than I am living in London. It's sad, brutal reality.
Yeah, I think that I think we're going into something that's going to have some similarities to like the Black Death.
Yeah.
The Black Death was really interesting, not just because people certainly did do that. The Black Death changed everything. It was the end of feudalism because there were so few peasants to work the fields that the lords of the manor had to start paying wages.
Yes.
And in feudalism, you couldn't just go to the village and punish people for not working in the fields. You had to actually just say, well, forget it, I'm not going to do it. And you had to pay them. And treat them right, and it was, it was a big deal.
Cougar, your sound's very bad. Don't want to criticize.
Yeah, you know what? I'm outside and I'm working. And so there's cars that go by and it's a little bit windy and I probably shouldn't be on here at all. But it was getting slow, so I thought I would jump on and see if we could have a conversation.
Yeah.
But I didn't think it was interesting.
I love hearing you talk, Cougar, because you resonate with me. You see what I see.
Yeah, I've heard that, and people will say, "Well, they're both crazy," but Chickpea, I think what you are is you're a realist. You've been in the military, you've been around. I really do think you are. Now, you also say some things I don't agree with. Chemtrails are fake, okay? But that's a belief system, and I allow you to have your belief systems. But on some other things where like physics is involved or the realities of the world, you tend to be a plain spoken person, and a lot of the times you're correct. But people don't want to hear that. They become really uncomfortable with certain types of speech. And there's a lot of self-censorship, even in the scientific community that I'm a part of. There's a lot of self-censorship because we just can't talk about these things, even though it's true and it's real and it's happening and it's coming and it's going to get worse. But we just can't talk about it. And of course, I talk about it.
No.
Yeah, but I talk about it because I'm a savage. I'm just a fucking savage. Okay, I don't care. And so I come on here and I say the fairly painful things. But come on, people. If it's real, then suffer the pain because this is your life now.
I just want to watch this, Cougar. It's only a minute and something long. It's about the.
You help me with my depression. Do you know that? Because I get so depressed. You actually.
It's about the Congolese Ebola outbreak. So I suppose we should know about that. It's only a minute and something long. Here we go.
The UN again sounding the alarm over the ongoing Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The epidemic is growing exponentially with a rising death toll that's been increasing in recent weeks.
In the last 3 months, 2,500 people have died, and half of those in the last 20 days. And the epidemic is spreading widely. It's now covering an area that is bigger than France. And the outbreak is faster than our response.
The UN is also warning that funding to fight the epidemic is expected to run out within a few weeks and is appealing for more international aid. In just 3 months, this has become the country's biggest Ebola outbreak, with Ituri province at the epicenter. Since the first cases were detected in mid-May, the disease has spread southward into North Kivu and South Kivu, as well as to the north and west. The health response has been criticized for its lack of preparation. It's also been hindered by fear and mistrust that have seen aid workers and facilities attacked. The virus is transmitted through contact with bodily fluids and causes hemorrhagic fever, which in many cases is fatal. Currently, there is no approved vaccine for the Bundibugyo strain of Ebola, the cause of the current outbreak, though clinical trials are underway. Instead, medical professionals are turning to the Ervebo vaccine, which is used for the Zaire strain. Doses have been sent to the DRC to evaluate its impact.
Ouch. Yeah. My heart goes out to those poor people suffering from those what was it? Hemorrhage.
No, doesn't sound very nice.
Brain hemorrhages. They get what did she say it was? Brain hemorrhage fevers or something? I can't remember what she said, but something with brain hemorrhages. That's
Very
how they.
unpleasant. It's all very unpleasant.
Oh my gosh, terrible.
Yeah. By the way,
Right.
DNW, stock up on vitamin C, because it's very good if there's a virus around. I've got loads stashed away. I'm a great believer in vitamins. Yeah.
Well, I hope that situation in the Congo resolves as fast as possible. And I don't know, Cougar, what do you think of that?
Yeah, Ebola is horrific. It doesn't travel all that well, so it's not something that easily passes international borders.
Bodily fluids. But that could mean sneezing on you. I suppose you could get it that way.
No, not quite like that. Trying to remember something here. I'm having a hell of a time.
Thank you, Andy. Andy, I appreciate that. Andy just has given me a donation. He says, for purified water and clean vegetables. He's trying to keep me in the game. I appreciate that, Andy. I will. I am actually thinking about it, Andy, and I appreciate that sentiment, because I literally am thinking about prepping and putting. I've got a bit of space, Cougar. You know what I mean? In one of my rooms, and I thought, well, those cupboards there, that wardrobe could be used. It's an inbuilt wardrobe. You know what I mean? I don't really use it for much, so I thought that can become my my store. You know, my pantry for.
Yeah,
if shit hits the fan. If shit really hits the fan, and I'm going to buy things like rice and tins of chickpeas.
You need to buy dried seeds. The best thing to buy.
And a load of absorbic acid.
There you go.
Grub seeds, because you don't have to cook seeds. Nothing. You just stash them away. You don't have to cook them. You don't do anything with them. You just eat them.
Yeah, you can. You can just.
Thank you so much, Andy. Andy has donated so much here over the. You know, he's been very generous. I feel bad that he can't. Andy, you haven't become a member, but you're welcome to come to the members only stream on the 1st of September. Just try and contact me so you can get in. You don't have to be a member. You've already given me a shitload, so feel free to come along to that, Andy. Just contact me on X or email. Thank you. The email is in the about section. Sorry, go ahead, guys. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
I was saying, Grumps, you need to store seeds, because if there's no electricity, rice is no good. Where you don't have to cook seeds at all, you just can eat them.
Yeah.
And dried fruits.
What seeds though, Chippy? What have you got?
Well, you buy them on Amazon. You can get mixed seeds. You know, they're really good. I eat them all the time.
I've got them here. I bought some today.
Yeah.
I use them as a salad topper.
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, I just eat them. Well, you know me, I don't
seeds.
cook. I just eat a load of seeds, and that's my lunch.
Chippy, I may actually buy a supply of, you know, the Alpro chocolate vegan milk that me and you like.
Yes.
The protein. Yeah.
Stock up on that one. Yes.
I might buy a whole load of that and leave it in, because that stuff lasts forever. So
lasts forever. You don't have to cook. You've got all your protein that you
Got
need.
50 grams of protein in each carton.
Yeah, it's very good stuff.
Complete protein, by the way.
Yeah, it's
Complete
very
protein.
good stuff. I've discussed it. My GP is very interested because I'm an elderly vegan, and he said to me about it. It's very good stuff. Because we've discussed it.
When shit hits the fan, Chickpea, the cats will survive.
Well, I hope so, Grumps, because I wouldn't want to lose them because there's nothing else. But yes, I'm stocking up on lots and lots of food for them. Yes, it's. I
flaxseed
think
are very good. Yeah, pumpkin seeds and flaxseed. Yeah.
And nuts, Grumps. Lots of nuts. Lots of fat, lots of calories.
Yum yum.
Yeah. It's all weird. I don't know what to make of it all. It's
And
also
bottles
strange.
of water, I suppose, or liquid.
Yes, unfortunately.
Purified water.
Yeah.
Clean water.
Yeah, you can have all kinds of weird shortages if you're not really ready for it. So if it does get really cold, like we were discussing, it could
They are
freeze the
talking about it, Cougar. Cougar, they're talking about this winter being like they're saying that there's going to be energy shortages in Europe.
Yeah.
Because not just because of the financial problems.
Yeah.
But also, there's going to be frozen pipes if it gets really cold, and you can live without food uncomfortably, but you can't survive without water.
Exactly.
And if there's huge breakdown in the system, so that the pipes are frozen and then the pipes are broken, and when it thaws, then there's no water because it's going all over the road. If that becomes a scenario, then you could be a long time without water. Now they might bring you bottled water and emergency things, and they might do that, but they might not.
Cougar, do water purifiers work? You know the tablets you can get for something like the water. The tablets, do they work?
Was that a question for me?
Yeah, so Cougar, do water purifiers?
There are. I've seen them before. Water purification tablets. Campers use them. People who go wild camping use them.
Oh right.
I'll be right back, guys.
Do they work? I've got some stashed away I bought years ago, but do they actually work? I've got water purifiers, you pour water in and blah, blah, blah. I use those. Yes, I'm scared. I tell you, Cougar, I'm very worried about water shortages because I'm living in an overpopulated country and there's been no rain. It's all very scary.
Yeah, and I don't know much about this, but I know I've heard that the UK, so some of the rivers are running dry. I don't know which ones or how important they are, but it's that's a thing. That's happening. That's a real thing. Yeah, weird.
In Germany, the Rhine's running dry. In Holland, the dikes are falling away. So if that happens, Holland will be flooded.
So are the dikes failing because they're getting dry?
Yeah, basically they're so dry that's all falling to bits.
Yeah, people don't understand the hydrodynamics of soil pressure. When soil dries out, its geometry basically changes. It's not. You can't. Yeah, it just doesn't work out quite the same. Interesting. Yeah, because it's shrinking. Here in California, they have a somewhat similar related problem. They pump so much water out of the ground because of recent droughts that the roads are sinking and the buildings are sinking at weird angles.
Yes.
And it's really bizarre. It's really strange to watch this happening.
It's scary to watch because I don't see it academically, but I still see it in my eyes. And to me,
it's
what
crazy.
I'm seeing is not very pleasant to see.
No, and I'm seeing places like Wales, the north of England, parts of Ireland, looking yellow. And it's like, what the fuck is going on, Cougar? The vegetation on the side of the road in Ireland, for example, the Emerald Isle, the green island, it's turning
supposedly yellow. Yeah, right. It's supposed to be green.
What the fuck is happening?
Well, it's drought. Yeah, it's just it can't. The systems are falling apart, folks. This is massive changes in the Earth dynamic system. The systems are just going to hell.
I mean, it's just so crazy. The temperatures we've been getting in Wales, for example. I'm like, what the actual fuck? You know what I mean? It's like the fucking tropics in Wales.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's a problem all over the place. I mean, look what's happening in France with their heat waves that they're not ready for.
Oh my
This,
God! Yeah.
this is a big deal. Yeah, it's a big
The
deal.
Rhine's drying up. The Rhine is drying up.
Yeah, so did the Danube. Flows the other direction in Eastern Europe. It almost completely is gone, and it's a major, it's a major thoroughfare for commercial shipping.
It's a very
Possibly is going to become like if it happens very quickly, Cougar. It's going to be no. I'm not Welsh, Andy. I'm Londoner. I'm in London, mate. If it happens very quickly, Cougar, it's going to be like 28 days later, mate. There's going to be just zombies running around. It's going to be. I hope we never live to see it, guys, because it's going to be brutal.
I think this
Well, you're going to get some taste of it this summer, and then who knows what happens in the following years. So this is just early days. Or
I
as
do
we
have
say,
some Cambro. I want to say something. I do have some Cambro Norman ancestry, though, if that counts, Andy. But that's hundreds of years ago. There. So yeah, some Cambro Norman ancestry. Sorry, go ahead, Cougar.
no, I wasn't going to say anything. That's just hopefully that works out for you.
I was here in 1976 when the water ran out, and I can remember going to the standpipe to get a bucket of water. It was fun back in 1976, but I wouldn't like to go through it now. That's for sure.
Well, I hope it works out. I hope everything is fine. I really do.
Yeah, well, it's very scary because, 1976, England was a sweet-natured place, and it was, but it's not so sweet-natured anymore. It's quite a scary thought.
That's the nature of global heating, boys and girls. Is everything you thought was going to be wonderful and roses is not. It's going to turn on you, unfortunately.
But I'll tell you this much, Cougar. I noticed back in the 90s already how much the world had changed since the 60s and 70s and 80s. I felt it in the 90s. I have been feeling it in the winters because the winters have got warmer and warmer and warmer. And they have.
Well, this whole thing has been going on for a while now.
Yeah,
It's just that it got really worse about 3 years ago, 2023. Things went absolutely sideways, and people just don't understand that. And I understand that people don't understand that because it doesn't make any sense. But that's what happened.
It makes sense to me, I can tell you.
Yeah.
When I was a little girl, Cougar, my feet, I can remember having frozen feet and frozen hands. I haven't had that. 30,
No.
40 years. I can remember it.
Yeah, that's not going to be a common experience anymore.
No, that's all gone.
Yeah, some people, but there's going to be whole generations of young people who are going to grow up never understanding that there used to be winter. This thing called winter. They will have just no idea what that was about.
Welcome, Set Scales. Set Scales, I've never heard you talk about the possible, what Cougar talks about, the upcoming climate annihilation of humanity and the world. Is this something that you think about? Is it something you see? You went, actually, Set Scales, you're an interesting guy to talk to because you went to Alaska earlier in the year, didn't you? I mean, did it meet your expectations? Did you notice anything climate related in Alaska?
It was pretty cool for the summer. It was like 50 degrees or lower, and I was only near the coast. The sun stayed up for a long time. The sun would set around, or I should say, there stopped being sunlight around 11 o'clock. So 10 o'clock, there still be sunlight, which I thought was something. I've never seen that before.
Okay, I think that's just more the positioning of Alaska on the planet. But what about weather-wise? Anything? Was it unusual?
I mean, I thought it. Well, when I was in When I went near the glacier, there were a lot of little glacier bits in the water.
Yeah,
I don't know if that means it's
Cougar,
melting.
do you know anything about? Do you know anything about Alaska? What's happening up there, brother?
Yeah, it's been a real roller coaster for those people. Of course, you have to live there to be able to keep track because the news doesn't really carry anything that's happening in Alaska. But the sort of stories we hear would be typical and understandable for the region. Alaska, along with everything else that's that high up in latitude, is warming faster than the rest of the planet. That's just Arctic amplification. So they're losing their pack ice. The pack ice used to happen in the winter and a lot of the year actually, and it would actually back up onto the beaches, the gravel beaches, so that when there's terrible storms out in the Bering Straits or wherever the storms are coming from, the pack ice would protect the beaches and the homes because it's heavy and it's solid and it's heavy, so the waves would be breaking 200-300 feet or even a mile away. And well, now that they can't have ice anymore in the winter, so when the big waves come in, and this is a really stormy place up there, big storms, huge waves, 10, 20-foot waves. When the waves come in, there's nothing to stop it. The pack ice is gone. It's gone almost all the time now. So the waves just come ashore and it just destroys everything. It's like constant tsunamis. And so they've had to move their houses further up the beach, meaning away from the water, and they have to put their houses now on skids. And then they have a big, Caterpillar tractor or something, and they hook it up and they haul it further up the beach and further up the beach, further up the beach. Until now, some of these communities are up against the trees, and the beach is catching up with them. And so it's just a lot. It's just the loss of the pack ice due to the heating, which of course has to be expected now. The loss of the pack ice has just destroyed these communities, just completely destroyed them. And if you don't live up there, you don't even notice that. It's not going to be in the news. No one cares what happens up there. But if you live up there, you know that your lifestyle, your traditional lifestyle for a lot of these people, traditional lifestyle, is simply going extinct. And they just can't continue it anymore. They're done.
When I was there, I heard people who lived in Juneau talking about how it's not the same city that they grew up in.
Yeah.
And there was another city where they said that if it didn't rain there for 3 weeks, that they would pretty much lose all their power supply and they'd have to have the Coast Guard go in. So they're really reliant on rainwater. And they said it rains like every week.
Yeah, like I say, I don't really know much about the space. I just know that the indigenous communities up there, which is what we're talking about. We're talking about native Inuits. We're not talking about, the oil workers, people that work in the oil industry. They're not up there, and they're living in the big cities. And so, but the natives who live in these traditional villages and still practicing mostly traditional lifestyles, basically, hunter gatherers. They're kind of hunter gatherers. They live off the sea, and their lives are just being destroyed. That's it. And they're finished. The kids can't even stay. There's nowhere for them to live. There's nothing but the seniors are left behind, and the young people go into the cities to find work, and of course they're discriminated against, and just nothing. Elders living in the villages, and it's just gone to hell. It's just totally gone to hell for them.
I would say that the cities I went to, the port cities, like Juneau, which is the capital, are not big at all. Yeah, they're not really that big.
Right. And when I say, big cities, we're not talking about LA metropolitan area. We're talking about cities of 500,000 people or less. But that's it. I mean, that's the basis of their economy. That's where the hospitals are. That's where the state colleges are and things like that. So, maybe the big cities will do fine. But I guess even the oil revenue is starting to dry up. And Alaskans are not worried how they're going to survive at all in that region without, an oil economy. And so I guess we'll see. We'll see.
One thing, Cougar, I'm sure you would agree, is a big source of climate change has just been farming in general, not even just in recent years, but just the act of farming itself is basically an act of terraforming that forces a particular plot of land to yield unnatural rewards.
Yeah, I would agree. We call that modern or industrialized agriculture. And industrialized agriculture consumes a lot of resources that are contributing to global climate change. And we can't stop because that's our source of food. There's very few people that have their own source of meat and eggs and cheese and bread, and you can do that, but there's still very few people. And theoretically, you can do it, but most people can't. Theoretically, they can't. So, but this is going to be a real shit show at some point when we realize we have to stop doing these things, which we're going to have to stop doing these things. I don't know how else to say it. It can't continue. It's just too broken.
One thing I hear people talking about recently, I haven't looked into it though, are food forests, which I guess are these places where you just go and pick out food and it just grows. I don't know much about it, but I guess they were supposedly around in the 1800s. It kind of reminds me of like an Eden type thing.
Yeah, that's fine. And these kind of things are proposed all the time, including a return to village life, which is what I suppose is going to happen. But the truth is, none of these things scale. They don't scale up to large numbers of people. Small numbers of people can do this. And in the past, that's exactly what people did. But then in the past, there was 200 million humans on Earth, 200 million, not 8,000 million, which is what we have now. So we have to come up with systems that will support 8,000 million people, but that are essentially equivalent to hunter-gatherers. And that's just not possible. So that's when you get someone like me who says, we're in trouble. We could get detailed on what the trouble is, but we don't need to. I think we're just in trouble. We're in big trouble. We are in really big trouble. It's hard for me to overemphasize how big the trouble is. Really big.
Oh, hi, Andy. Sorry, mate. I didn't see you back there. Andy, welcome, brother. Thank you very much for your support, by the way. What would you like to say today?
Just well wishes to all. I think you're all great people.
That's really sweet of you, Andy. I appreciate that. You're a good guy too. And it is nice that we have some good people around here, in this crazy world. So, Andy, what's your views on, the stuff Cougar Duma talks about? Is it something that particularly worries you?
Yeah, it is something that worries me. I don't particularly think that I'll be much of a victim of it because I'm in Michigan, but even just over the course of my 36 years, I've noticed drastic changes in the weather. I remember when I was a little kid, the snow used to be above the hood of my mother's car, like, maybe 3 to 4 feet sometimes. And now the snow is a foot deep at the most in the winter time. So even just over that short period of time, it's drastically changed. So I couldn't imagine people like, in Florida, for example, or California. They say those are the first that are going to be impacted the most. So yeah, it does worry me. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be struggling to survive over it.
Yeah, and they're going to be moving north.
Yep.
Undoubtedly. Things are going to shift, on a society level. And Who knows what that will bring? Who knows what that will do to America?
Yeah, on that topic, I gave some thought to it. In fact, did I do a video? I can't remember if I did a video or just wrote a chapter in my novel where I discuss it. Where moving north is virtually impossible for people. First of all, it takes a lot of money. Also, the northern part of this planet, which is where most of the land is, north of a certain point, like 50 degrees north latitude, is really undeveloped. There's not a lot of big. Then the Canadians are proud of their cities, and the Russians are proud of their Moscow and St. Petersburg. But if you look at the map and you try to find the big cities where people could just like move into and set up shop, there's not many, and they're often heavily bounded by, well, the ocean on one side, forests on the other, things like that, and it's not going to be easy to just transport any significant number of people who are not themselves multimillionaires, like 100 millionaires, or $500 million net assets, where they can just go up there and just buy up as much land as they want, buy entire apartment blocks and just demolish them and build their mansion. If you have that kind of money, then you can move in, but it's going to be really hard for everybody else. I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't see how the math lines up.
Can't you just like get a shed and some solar panels and maybe some other necessities and utility items?
Okay, that's fine. And what you just mentioned actually supports my contention, which is that it doesn't scale. Yes, you can do that. And if you have money and you have a Canadian passport or a Russian passport and you have money and you can get in and people won't bother you and you can figure all that out basically with money, then you can do that. But 8,000 million people are not going to do that. It doesn't scale. And so I don't really care if there's a solution that one person or a few people or rich people can implement. That's really not interesting to me as a system scientist. What's interesting to me is how the system works. And the system isn't going to work for 8,000 million people. It'll work for 80 million people.
I want to be clear, but what I just said, like maybe spending $10,000 or $15,000 on it, like a shed, like that you put tools in or something, and getting it insulated and such. Does that actually sound like a viable option for people who could do it?
Okay, but once again, I'm talking math. Yes, maybe 1% of any given population can do that. So you have a solution for
some hope
some
there.
small.
It sounds like there's some hope.
No, there isn't. But there's no hope at all for most of humanity. Zero. And you just have to face that.
Well, there's hope for some of us.
Yes, correct. Some.
Dominic, I wanted to ask you, I forgot to before, when you went to Alaska, did you happen to see whales off the side of the cruise or no?
Not very. I saw a couple of them, but I didn't see them very good.
That's a bummer.
What kind of whales? Because you can see blue whales up that way. See humpback whales, was it?
Or humpback.
Humpback, yeah. Can you imagine, guys, being in, say, just a small standard-sized boat and a blue whale swimming beside you or under you? My God.
Did you know that the blue whale is the largest animal that's ever existed on Earth, including the dinosaurs?
I knew it was the largest animal that exists presently, and I probably knew that before, but I'd forgotten it. It is that big, though, isn't it, Andy? It's absolutely fucking enormous. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think that the size of, like, the mass of a blue whale is something like 16 Tyrannosaurus Rexes or something in mass.
How long do they live, guys? Does anybody know?
I don't. That's a good question.
Because I was absolutely flabbergasted a few years ago to discover that Greenland sharks live for like 500 years or can live for 500 years.
They live about 70 to 90 years is what ChatGPT is telling me.
Okay. Yeah. Blue whales, eh?
Yeah, the blue whale's heart is so big that a 200-pound man can swim through their arteries.
Fucking hell. I'm sorry to say, but it did come into my head. How the hell do they have sex?
With giant penises.
And giant vaginas. Oh my god! But like you know, they obviously have to do some kind of motion together. That's quite an effort, man. Swimming together for a period long enough so you can deposit. I mean, two beasts of that size. My god, amazing.
Yeah, the blue whales. I think they weigh over 200,000 pounds, and they're powerful enough to rocket themselves completely out of the water.
Are you serious? They breach the water completely. Is that true? Wow.
Yeah, to where their tail comes out of the water even.
No way. No way. I didn't know that either. I knew that great white sharks can do it, but they don't usually do it. But they do it down in South Africa. They breach the water like dolphins, completely come out of the water. Now that's terrifying. I'm going to have to look up blue whales breaching the water. I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, it's scary. I imagine if you were in a boat nearby, you would get capsized.
Yeah. I'm just going to look that up. Someone's just joined. 1 second. It's Frank.
Welcome, Frank. Nice to see you.
Welcome back, Frank. Good to have you here, brother.
You're muted.
Oh, yes, you're muted, Frank. I did say
good
welcome
to see you
back.
too, Andy. And thank you, DNW.
They do breach the water, but it's quite rare. Breaching is a powerful display of strength and can serve various purposes, such as communication or removing parasites. However, the energy expenditure required for breaching is significant, making it less common compared to other whale species like humpbacks. Blue whales typically breach by launching themselves out of the water, creating a loud splash that can. Okay, so that's from Marine Patch, the Marine Patch website. But okay, not that much, but they do it. Crikey, I wouldn't want to be around when they're doing that.
I would say welcome.
I don't think it would matter what you say. You just have to hope that they don't come anywhere near you when they're doing it. They're the boss in that moment. Set Scales is back. Good to have you. Frank, you wandered off into the wilderness and you have returned. It's good to have you back. Because you were that's for those who don't know, he was on earlier.
Oh God.
He was waiting for you.
Spec said you're Dutch.
I am.
Waarvan? Waarvan? Maar Dutch is shocking. Ik ken mijn eigen taal niet goed praten.
Oh wow.
Dat is echt waar. Waarvan? Waar kom je vandaan?
I'm from the northeast.
Where?
Drenthe.
Oh, ik kom van Vlissingen.
Wow.
Ja.
Did not expect that.
Nee.
And she's made a few pit stops along the way, haven't you, Chickpea?
Ja, maar ik kan Hollands niet goed praten meer. Ik heb, tot ik een meisje van 7 was, heb ik Engels gepraat. Ik praat liever Engels, omdat het zo moeilijk is. Niet moeilijk, zo belangrijk. Ik vind Hollands zo moeilijk. Ja.
No, let's keep talking English.
Frank, are you a 7-foot? Are you a 7-foot monster as well? Because there's a lot of tall people in Holland, or Netherlands.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
Oh, you're one of them.
Yeah, I used to be. Well, I'm 5'7".
I am. Oh, let me translate. Let's see.
Goodness, a Dutch bloke on your DNW show.
There's another Dutch bloke here. Oh, Speckman's got Dutch ancestry as well. I think he's half Dutch.
Yeah.
He's Afrikaan.
Afrikaan, is he?
Yeah. Wow.
I am as well. My mother's side of the family came from Holland.
What?
Oh my goodness me!
It's not Holland. It's the Netherlands. What are you talking about? Holland is a province.
Goodness.
I know a few Frisian people in London.
Oh God. Those are the worst.
Why? Why are they the worst?
They're just the worst.
Okay, you say so.
Chickpea, I think you're a bit Frisian, aren't you?
I come from Zeeland.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Zeelser. It's called the Zeelser.
Zeeland.
That is where there's actually where New Zealand comes from.
Yeah, I was going to say that's where New Zealand got its name. Yeah.
All right.
And because we essentially we were kind of exploring hogs, so that is where Albert Tasman, that's where Tasmanian devil comes from. We explored parts of I think it was East and West Australia before the English came along.
I didn't know
And
that.
the Dutch settled New Zealand. Are there many people left there with Dutch heritage from that time? I never hear about it.
Yeah, we had the East Indian Company, and then we had the West India Company. No, the West. Yeah, I guess they call it the West India Company as well. So that is where we traded New York for, or New Amsterdam for Suriname during the Breda Treaty.
Yeah.
Essentially, the map that we are using right now, Pass Island, for example, Easter Island, where you have those statues, right? That is what we explored as well. There's a lot of places that we explored.
Wow. Gosh. It's really cheered me up reading the Dutch bloke.
The Dutch found the Cape of Good Hope, but if it had been Chickpea, it would have been the Cape of No Hope.
What actually happened? What actually happened is when the Portuguese, what's his name? Fuck. Okay. Anyways, we'll figure that out later. So we kind of stole the sailing techniques from Portugal. One day sailed all the way for Africa, and they were the ones. We can blame all the Portuguese, by the way, on slavery because they're the ones who started it. They brought all the slavery to Japan, and we kind of stole that from them. We got one brilliant, intelligent guy to steal all the maps from them. And we made our own trading company. And you know why the trading company worked so well and why it failed at the same time is because, well, it is because every single individual could get a share of it in investment. And it didn't really work out well. So yeah, we traded a lot of spices, and eventually we did slave trade as well. But the English made it worse than it is, because the English they essentially stole it from the Dutch. So yeah, fuck the British. Nah, kidding. I love them. Not really. No, it's kind of funny.
Chickpea prefers British men, apparently. Am I right, Chickpea?
Yes.
Then Chickpea, do you know that the British had a Dutch king for a while?
Yes.
Stadtholder.
What?
Willem. Yeah, Mary and Willem, and Willem and Mary didn't have any children, so that is why the Germans took it over, the Windsors.
Windsors.
What? Yeah, eventually it became the Windsors.
Yes.
Yep.
No, Frank, I stay in London because I've become so roughed up by living in England and London that when I go to Holland, people are so refined, I can't even cope with it. I feel like when you go to a bar in Holland, I've been spent too much time with the British Army and the Navy. I will sit drinking Guinness out of a big pint mug. And when I'm in Holland doing that sort of thing, everybody looks at you as if to say, "What is wrong with you?"
You get a fashion.
What?
A fashion.
Yeah. But yeah, I liked working in England, in London. I did. So I came back. Used to work in the city, and I did like working in the city.
And that is why I never got. That's why I never got why England got out of the EU. I get it because of other countries, and which is fair. And you know what? I don't blame the people at all. But you know what? If we compare all the history that we have, if it's either the United States, if it's South Africa, and it doesn't even matter, we all have a connection with each other.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter if it's either trade or whatever. Everybody got wealthy at a certain point. And that's why, for example, in our history, we call it the Golden Age. But even though that Golden Age went into despair because it got bankrupt, because, people got jealous. And even though that everyone had some sort of wealth, and we're only the capital cities. That's why you have capital cities, because of trade. That's why I have Amsterdam, Rotterdam. I don't live nowhere near those places.
There
It
was
literally has. It literally hasn't solved any of the problems that people were trying to, resolve.
Yeah.
For example, migration. We're still getting migrants, and in fact, it's worse now because we're not an EU. France is not beholden to us in any way. We don't.
Because of the tunnel,
They could.
right?
Well, no, it's the boats coming across. People
Yeah,
coming
boats
across.
as well. Yeah.
So when we were in EU, at least we had like some kind of political ally who we had a treaty with and stuff.
Yeah, we should.
Now we're not in the EU. They're not beholden to us. They don't have their laws don't apply to us, and vice versa. So as far as they're concerned, they don't mind. Let them rip. Let them go there because they're not going to be in France, and taking from their welfare system.
No, but France always has been an issue. France always has been an issue as fucking Napoleon can carry his own weight. Not only that, it's just a really shitty country.
Oh, okay.
I am Dutch. I am allowed to hate France.
Well, I have to say the Congolese. No, the Belgians are the ones that did the Congolese. But yeah, there's a lot of African countries pretty peeved off with France, even now.
Well, see, it's it's France. See, we might have carried out the slave trade, but we are pretty honest and well-faring to the colonist countries that we are there for. We give them a shit ton of money.
Yes. 8 to drop, Frank.
And when it comes to the Belgians, fuck the Belgians. I always hated the Belgians, and that's not only historical wise; they're just fucking a bunch of fake France people. And in all honesty, France just generally sucks. They're really arrogant. They don't give a shit. And that is it. If they want to be fucking ass wiped by a bunch of Moroccans, then so be it. And that is what they're taking care of right now. I really don't give a shit. And I'm a pretty political guy in the sense of when it comes to, welfare and people their immigration status. But fuck them. Couldn't give a rat's ass.
Oh.
Same thing with Spain. We broke down for Spain for the exact same reason. Fuck them.
Oh. So
That's
Frank, sorry.
I'm glad. No, go ahead.
Do you eat lots of drop?
Licorice. Yes, I do.
Yeah. I still eat. You know what? In the UK, you can't get salted licorice. So I buy normal licorice and then I saturate it in salt for a few months. Then I eat it. Salmiak and salt, yeah. I still eat it after all these years. Oh, that's weird. Gosh, it was so lovely to see a Dutch guy. Wow. Oh, dear.
That's why I took a fancy in you, and I didn't even know that.
Yeah, gosh.
Now, see, it's really simple. When you have a certain republic or whatever, and I speak to a lot of Americans as well, and they say that, we are a project. No, bitch, you're not a project. You're a fucking state of 13 republics that, got too greedy, and now you're wanting to be an empire. And that modern empire is just failing because you can't make each other freaking agree with each other. That's how the world works. You know why it doesn't work? Because we keep stealing from each other. We keep lying to each other. And, people, if you have dictators, like, I'm not saying dictatorship is good, but if you have dictators, they have a plan. They have a plan for the country in the sense of not politicians that you need to choose for 4 years. And, Putin was really clear. And I went to Ukraine myself. And, Putin was really clear, is to the outskirts of the country, they were like, you're going to shut the fuck up, let me do the politics, and then I will give you money, I will give you power. Power in the sense of energy. You will not be cold during the winters, and that is about it. And that is how modern dictatorships work. And, we in the Western civilization want to think otherwise. And we want to do it all neatly and all diplomatic and with law. But that's not going to work. Because back in the day, we used to fight for maritime law. Well, do you think that we're doing really well on maritime law, folks?
No, we're not doing that good.
I mean, how odd is it that the United States, who claims to have the biggest army, is failing against a country like Iran? That apparently, well, I can tell you, the main problem is logistics. Because if you live a 1,000 miles away and you don't have enough bullets, guess who needs to carry those bullets? Another aircraft carrier. And if you bomb the shit out of that, well, you don't have any logistics. Same thing happened with Hitler. When Hitler wanted to, okay, I need to say this more correctly. See, the thing is, what a lot of people don't know about World War II is when Hitler invaded Poland during the Ribbentrop contract, is that, Russia had also a freebie for, invading Poland. Russia took 75% of Poland. Germany only did then the last 25, 35. Then people wonder why they came so fast into Berlin. Well, it's really easy. Because all the railroad tracks that Russia made were not compatible with the ones that Germany made. So after 5 years, do you think that after 5 years they're going to compete with all the railroad tracks that Germany made? They were not even compatible. That's why they could reach Berlin so fast. To kudos to Stalin for making that entire strategy. And propaganda has everything to do with it. Because if you believe now in modern history that everything that happened back then doesn't have any propaganda, you're foolish. And why do I say that? Is because Hitler was really much aware of the current conditions of France, England, and he didn't give a shit. That's why he invaded the Netherlands, because he was afraid, because Netherlands was always neutral, right? And he could reach France through the Alps via Belgium. He did not necessarily need to get to them. That's why he invaded Norway as well. Because, hold on. DNW, help me out. What is that guy called again that was president during that time? I can't remember. But after that...
Sorry, I was out of the room. What were you saying?
The president that you guys had, or the prime minister that you guys had during World War II...
Winston Churchill?
No, before that.
Oh, who was
Oh
it
yeah, I
before
know you
Churchill?
mean. Yeah.
Anyways,
George. Before Churchill.
So the story is that Norway, that is where Hitler got his iron from. So that is where he got all the stuff to make tanks from. And eventually there was this plot that, England thought it was a good idea to invade Norway before Hitler.
Neville Chamberlain.
Yeah, thank you. And, that entire plan went to hell, and that is why Neville Chamberlain needed to remove himself. That is why Churchill could get power. And that's not necessarily a good thing, because the war eventually ended in a good thing, according to some people. And we can have a debate about that. But, Hitler thought that, everybody is in an economy that is entirely shit. And the reason why he did those blitzkriegs is because he didn't have any oil. He didn't have any oil resources. He didn't have any fuel.
Yeah.
So he needed to be smart about it. That's why he did these short attacks with extreme force, because it would cost less resources, and that is why he was interested in Crimea, because those were the oil fields that would eventually generate more economy for Germany. And that is where you get the entire anti-Semitic thing with the Jews. That is why there is this I can't remember. It could be 1918 or somewhere else. This thing is that where I think the Times posted a thing that they were going to wage war on the economy of Germany. So Hitler got that wrong, and that is where this entire anti-Jew thing came from, is because of the economy. But I don't think there were that many Jews in Germany to deliberately... Yeah, he used that essentially as a campaign. And, we can have a debate about that, but essentially what he wanted is Crimea, which led to Operation Barbarossa. And, the funny thing is that Barbarossa was a German emperor, a Roman emperor that was essentially German. and he died in the pursuits of the Holy Land, and he died. Oh God, I'm such a nerd. I'm so sorry, but he died in a pursuit to the Holy Land, so Israel or Palestine, whatever you want to call it, and he died in a river. And I'm like, why in the fucking world would you call your operation after a dying emperor fucking drowning in a river? That's a bad omen, right? So eventually that led up, and that is why Putin, for example, says that they are Nazis, because during that operation, Ukraine basically appreciated the Germans for their effort destroying the tyrant that they think destroyed the Soviet Union, and that means like the people of Stalin, Trotsky, because Germany equals what's her name? Elizabeth the Great. There we go. Elizabeth the Great was that great emperor of Russia during the olden times, and she was ethnically German.
You know what I don't understand about the Second World War, Frank? It was the whole thing with the 6 million. You said yourself Germany has no fuel. It's very short of fuel, Germany. So how could the Germans have...
I know what you're going to talk about, and I agree, but I don't think that's a subject that we can discuss on YouTube.
Yes. Yes. It's weird, isn't it? It doesn't make sense, does it?
That's why I'm careful.
Yeah, it
but
doesn't
I
make
get
sense.
what you mean.
Yes. Very
so
strange.
I don't want to have DNW banned, so.
Okay, fair enough. Yes, you're right. But it's something I've never understood.
Oh, let me say this in the sense of that he's not getting banned is a lot of propaganda. See, that's why I'm saying Hitler he didn't get necessarily tricked in going towards the Soviet Union. But if you look up, folks, and you can just look at it and hear to what I say, is that how many Russians got killed during World War II? It's a lot. It's a lot. And I can tell you, propaganda, because that is the reason why Hitler felt the need to go to Russia, because he saw an opportunity based on false numbers, and that's exactly what's happening today.
You know what else I find so odd about the whole Hitler and Russia and stuff is how the German soldiers pushed all the soldiers onto the beach at Dunkirk. They could have killed a lot of them, all 400,000. But no, he let them all go and then said to his soldiers, now off we go to Russia. And I've never quite understood that. Still, never mind.
Because we have all these fancy stories. We had Operation Mincemeat, where English intelligence send that homeless guy into I was almost going to say Norwegian waters, but in Normandy, that is what set them off. And trust me, folks, there's nothing, and that is why I ask you, all of you, have a skeptical mind, because history is written by the victors. History is written by the victors. Nothing that is written in a correct chronology is right.
Yeah, I've always thought that, and I'm just a stupid female. Something about it doesn't add up. It's all a bit strange. Yeah, it's a fascinating story, all of it.
It is.
Yeah, because I've always seen this.
Exactly.
I'm back now. What are we talking about?
Well, we talk about the history is written by the victors.
The victors.
Yeah.
You don't get the real story.
But don't forget, there are other sources still in the world and other accounts, and there will be other things to compare it to, like at least from the 20th century. Now it might be getting more harder because with AI and stuff, I worry about information because nobody buys books anymore.
Oh, yeah.
They read on their Kindles and they watch videos and all that, and so information that is important, it can be lost because people might start meddling with it.
Well, that's an easy argument that I can make. Let's say we have a court case. We know now that witness statements are not always correct. So what makes history correct then if those are witness statements?
Well, I mean, I do agree with you. History is a matter of perspective. I do agree with you. I know that. And it's like history can get quite philosophical, you know, like who was right and who was wrong. But we can say certain things happened with evidence based. No. We can try to. We can use evidence to say certain events happened.
So those are inferences.
Then again, sorry?
Then those are inferences.
Well, you can make up your opinion about what they mean, but there are like academic bodies who do like archaeological digs. There are academic bodies that, will, for example, look at records and databases and anecdotal evidence. But yeah, no, you can't know for sure. I agree with you, Frank. You can't know for sure what has happened.
But I get what you mean.
And I do worry increasingly about the state of academia anyway. The fact that it seems to be infiltrated in science. It seems that studies are being done, these big corporate, and it's all very worrying all around. I mean, even what happened in Cambridge with that poor guy who got, he was hired because he met a certain quota, and he wasn't fit for the job. He was used as a scapegoat. He was hung out to dry, and he killed himself. I mean, it's all very messy.
No, I get that. But, when a story becomes too absolute, and I notice from the fact of how court proceedings and so much goes, is then do we then have the same accountability when it comes to history? And it's not necessarily that I'm a revisionist, but because, all those things we cannot obviously prove because we were not part of it.
Yeah, I mean, no, look, there'll always be people who have different perspectives on history. I mean, that does go on. That is part of the ongoing conversation, isn't it? There will be people who say, no, you're wrong. This is what happened, or this is why it happened, or this was the effect of that. But yeah, that's going on. But then there's a deeper level, Frank. I understand what you're saying. It's like the evidence for things, we may have lost it. I think that may be the case in some instances, but I wouldn't go so far as to say there is no evidence for anything,
No. I totally agree with you. I totally agree. Like when you and me see a blue car and somebody else says there.
Not one of these people who thinks there was a mud flood.
Exactly. No, yeah. I get the general concept, and I don't think we need to be making it that complicated. But having questions is good, right? And we can all have questions in the sense of not making it sound like completely fucking utter.
There are classic examples like Christopher Columbus is hailed as a hero for many, and then some people view him as an evil man. Yeah. That's just one. That's one example of many.
That is really interesting that you say that because Christopher Columbus, the Epstein Island, right? Little St. James. He actually, when Christopher Columbus came, he named those islands. I can't remember. Did he name it the Virgin Islands? Because it was an inference about Saint Helena, and Saint Helena refers to, like I said, I'm such a nerd. Saint Helena refers to a prodigy.
It might be something with the Virgin Mary, maybe. I don't know.
No, it had something to do with. Hold on, fuck. Was it Saint Helena? No, Saint Helena was the one that Napoleon got sent to. But Columbus named it after the Virgin Islands because there was a virgin, and I can't remember what her name was. Ursula. There we go. And Ursula was the story about this martyr that only would take females. Hold on. I will tell you. Hold on.
Yeah, look it up. It sounds interesting.
No, martyr. See? I got all excited when I asked it right. There's little information about Ursula or the anonymous group of the Holy Virgins, which accompanied her on an uncertain date where she was killed, along with, okay, yada yada. The earliest evidence of occult martyr virgins at Cologne is inscripted from the 400 from 400 before Christ, or no, after Christ, in the Church of Saint Ursula. But hold on, I need that one from Columbus. Columbus.
I have to jump off. It was nice chatting with you guys. Take care.
Oh, Andy, I did not mean to scare you off.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Andy, brother. Good luck to you. We have Untrackable back. Untrackable, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you for welcoming me back.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Before I forget, Christopher Columbus named the Caribbean Virgin Islands in 1493 as Santa Ursula. Yeah, my Spanish is shit. You guys need to Google that yourself. But anyways, so he named he cited them on Saint Ursula feast day. The name honored the legend of Saint Ursula and her 1,100 companion virgins. Now, if you want to go conspiracy-wise, how odd is it then that Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, that is a fact. You can check it up yourself, Red, because apparently Red already has an issue with me on a lot of things. Because you can Google everything that I say, my man, or my woman. So anyways, that happened, and the legend says that on October 21st, that is where the traditional feast of St. Ursula was held. So Virgin Islands, St. James, that is where the Virgin Islands was. So that is where the entire conspiracy kind of came from Epstein. By the way, Untrackable, I adore your beard, my man. I wish I could grow something like that.
Yeah, this is the longest I've seen it Untrackable.
Frank, we've got any
Untrackable. It's looking quite dark in that light as well. Yeah.
Frank, I'm talking to you.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, miss.
Have you got any pets?
No, I do not.
Why not? A man should have some pets. You know women like it. You know that, don't you?
What do you say?
Said women find men with pets very attractive. I'm just saying.
Oh, maybe I'm avoiding them. Nah, kidding. But
Rad Chatter says, seriously, we're going to talk about Columbus landing on an island, somehow link it to Epstein. Well, I think he was talking about the fact that Columbus landed near where one of Epstein Islands is.
No, it's the entire Virgin Islands. He named the Virgin Islands. Sorry, I thought I explained it well. So
But I don't understand. I still don't understand. He named it after some kind of myth. Is that it, or some?
Yes, after Saint Ursula.
Saint Ursula, and that's a Catholic story, I presume. Okay, and the only reason he named Epstein is because it's that region. Isn't that right, Frank?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, if you're gonna bring up the word or the name Ursula, right? Does that have any connection to the Little Mermaid, the octopus woman that was reaching out for women?
So that's actually quite interesting because Denmark sold Jeffrey Epstein, and that's where the Little Mermaid is from, right?
Yeah.
Denmark told them. That's actually really interesting. You might actually be on something. I have no idea, but it's. Yeah,
well, Denmark sold him the bit of land. Is that what he said?
Yes, he did.
I know that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, does it make sense that that there's a woman in prison, and that the king is dead, but the the arms are still reaching. Like you can kill the king, but the have you ever played chess before? The queen has many arms.
Like
I'm
tentacles.
just saying. It's just hey, fear the queen, protect the king. Even hey, of course in chess, when you get the king, the game is over. But it is the queen that controls everything. So who's in jail and who is dead?
Here's a weird rabbit hole, guys. Apparently, Ursula, the Little Mermaid cartoon character, was named after a drag queen. That's the speculation. By Ursula Andress in She in 1965. There was a film called She in 1965, and some people think I don't see it myself, but okay, whatever.
Have you ever?
She was actually named after a really old tale of the sirens.
Have you ever seen the movie Sexy Boots?
No.
Have you ever seen the movie 12 Years a Slave?
Yes.
Well, the same person that played the main character in 12 Years a Slave played in a movie called Sexy Boots, and it was about a shoe factory that was going out of business, and I guess the predecessor of the shoe factory was in despair, and it's like, hey, if you could make me a size that fits a man, and it was about cross dressers. It's like, hey, you can make shoes. Well, cross, a 6 foot plus man needs shoes too, but they need to be like women's shoes, and they made a whole thing of it. So imagine the octopus. Imagine the octopus as like, put it in media, put it in the books, put it in literature, put it everywhere. If you really want to reach somebody, you can't do it in one way. You have to do it in 8 different ways, which means you have to do it physically, you have to do it literally, you have to reach to the youth, you have to reach to the elders, you have to reach to the money. I don't even know the 8 ways. But just imagine that what it is that you're trying to accomplish, should it be world changing, if you're not 8 ways, well, you'll be good luck on 4 ways, because we can see 4 ways, because we have eyes and ears, and we have feet, and we have our witness. But imagine if we did it 8 ways. There are so many things that people don't see.
Untrackable, do you like a sea shanty?
Are you done singing one?
No, I'm not going to sing one, but D&W, this is my own intro, by the way. So, if you allow me, then I can show it, because it's a storytelling and singing, and then you can see how legends begin. It's only 4 minutes long.
Go for it.
It's only 4 minutes?
Only 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's what she said. I'm sorry. I had to say it.
Come gather round and hear me say what befell one storm dark day. Beside the pines beneath the rain, a dead man lay beside the lane. The old chief said he fell and died. The young lad knelt there at his side. One wheel mark curved across the ground, one lonely boot print pressed beside.
Haul away, boys, haul away. The mud keeps count of what men say. Haul away, boys, mark each side. The crooked tail won't hold its line. They called him green, they called him slow, but he saw what they let go.
A wealthy man who owned the mill swore he had prayed upon the hill. The church bell rang at 9:30. I broke no law, that alibi's mine. The young lad rode through wind and rain and found the church beside the lane. Both doors were chained, no bell had rung, no prayer was said, no hymn was sung.
Haul away, boys, haul away. The mud keeps count of what men say. Haul away, boys, mark each side. The crooked tail won't hold its line. They called him green, they called him slow, but he saw what they let go.
At dawn he reached the rich man's cart and knew at once just where to start. The wheel was split from rim to tread, the self-same mark beside the dead. A thorn beneath the axle lay, from that same hedge beside the way. Then from his hand a button shone, your silver coat is missing one. The rich man reached beneath his vest. The young lad knew what came next. Drop that gun and stand ye still. He turned and ran across the mill. 3 hard steps, then down he fell. The irons closed, the truth could tell. The old chief muttered, "Well done, son." The young lad grinned, "We've just begun."
Haul away, boys, haul away. The mud keeps count of what men say. Haul away, boys, mark each sign. Crooked tail won't hold its line. They called him green when day begun. By fall of night the deed was done. Gold may boast and liars crow, but truth leaves tracks where'er ye go.
Yeah, thanks for that. An interesting. I did like it, you know, Frank. So that's an introduction for some show you're going to do, is it?
Just an introduction. I make songs all the time. Anyways, okay. that is kind of the point of how legends are being made, because you have a lot of sea shanties that are legendary, right?
Yeah. I made one
that
before.
That was epic, Frank. Epic. I liked it.
I made a song as well, guys. A long time. I've made a good few on this channel. Here's one that you will like, Frank.
Jack Talcott gonna save the world. Jack Talcott gonna save the world. He lived a life of
lost in the noise, the nights, the movies. Then one day he sobered up, looked in the mirror and said enough. Woke up with nothing to lose. So he kicked off the dust and changed his shoes. Jack Talcott gonna save the world. Jack Talcott gonna save the world. Love is the drug, love is the cure for every broken heart unsure. Jack Talcott gonna save the day, lighting up a better way. No fear, no change, no looking back. The world needs love. And Jack is Jack. He started from scratch, from the ground. Built himself where hope was found. Chose the path of service true. Said it starts with me and you. Be of service, hear him say. Help somebody every day. Love is the drug that heals our ills. The fire in hearts, the light on hills. Cure for every broken heart unsure. Jack Talcott for president. Send him to the White House tent. When the aliens come and say, take us to your leader today, we'll point across the vegan land to Jack Talcott, mic in hand. He's the one you're looking for. He came through hell and opened the door. Jack Talcott gonna save the world. Jack Talcott gonna save the world. He had nothing left to fear, so he made the mission clear. 3 cheers for Jack Talcott now. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
That's awesome.
And one more, one for the road. This is a very short one, don't worry.
Be smile, my dear. Laugh, dance. Cuddle your 7 cats and have a cup of tea. Cheer up, chickpea. Smile, my dear. Laugh, dance. Cuddle your 7 cats and have a cup of tea. Cheer up, chickpea, cheer up, chickpea. Smile, my dear, let the bad days flee. Put David Icke on, nod knowingly, then laugh it off conspiratorially. Dance in your favorite hat like that. Curl up tonight with your 7 cats. Cheer up, chickpea, don't look so blue. Smile, my dear, the world needs you. Don't let the Archons get you down. They hate it when you laugh, they frown. Laugh till it echoes, dance round the flat. Fall asleep tangled in 7 warm cats. Cheer up, chickpea, smile, my dear. Laugh, dance. Cuddle your 7 cats.
Sorry, repeated.
That's a good one.
But I have to update that, Chippy, because now you have 8 cats. I just realised. Yeah.
Yes.
I have one too. Nah, hold on. Is this the right one?
I wanted to share my song. I put it in the private chat. I like it. I made it myself.
Well, share your screen. Share your screen, Spectre.
Okay, I will.
Hey, does it make sense?
Well, I have one for me. It makes sense. A lot makes sense. So we are kind of like the country that does a lot of rave, right? So during the World Cup, I really wanted to make a song because people keep saying Holland. Well, it's not Holland; it's the Netherlands. So it's kind of like a tourist joke for me, which is a really awesome song. It's really catchy.
Well, no, I guess what I was gonna say was, does it not make sense that whoever wants to rule themselves will want to rule others?
Oh, well, let's say that you have a lot of power. Wouldn't you want to rule the world?
Hey, is it okay to have enough power over yourself?
It's constraint, my man. Not a lot of people have constraints.
It's never enough, is it?
I know it's not. I believe you, brother.
It's never
Okay,
enough.
I'm ready to go.
I think what we're going to do, guys, is Spec's going to play us out. We're going to end the show. Spec, don't play it just yet. We'll give last words to people here. Closing remarks. Sorry, last words sounds a bit ominous. So we can go from the bottom up. Spec man, do you want to, actually untrackable? Do you want to give your closing remarks for tonight?
If I had to bear witness to this, I would say, do you the best that you can do, because nobody's gonna do it better. That there are things that somebody's gonna give you an objective. It is up to you to accomplish that, and they will be jealous, and then they will try to objectify you and take that from you. So be you, be strong, take control of what you own the best that you can. If I had to say that to somebody, I would say that. So thank you for the opportunity, and good night.
Thank you, as always, Untrackable. Appreciate you, brother. Chickpea, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yes, night, guys. Thank you for a lovely show this evening, Grumps. I've really enjoyed it. It's been fun listening to you all.
Well, I'm glad, Chickpea. I really am glad. And you cheer me up too, so I appreciate you for doing that. Personhood over Dogma says she's going vegan for a week starting tomorrow, Chickpea, and Vegan Equilibrium, and me, D&W. She says maybe it'll stick this time. Well, good luck to you, Emily. Do let us know how it goes and how it is going as you're going through it. Fantastic news.
Good news.
Fantastic news. Excellent day. Okay, thank you for the support as well, Emily. I appreciate that, darling. Okay, right. Well, Chickpea, that's great. So we'll say goodbye for now.
Yeah,
See you next time. See you next time on Trackable. I'm going to let Specman have the floor to himself so that he can say whatever it is he wants to say and close the show with his music. Okay, Specman, good luck and goodbye. See you next time.
Good night, D&W. Thank you, everybody in the chat. It's actually been quite a good day. I think I might have found an economist that is willing to review my work, and I'm really interested to see how that works out. So that's going to be exciting. I'm going to finish with this beautiful song. I wrote it myself, and I ran it through automated stuff online, and it's what I think about the universe, and I hope you guys all enjoy it. All I need to do now is find the way to actually make my screen big.
Yeah, there's no sound coming through, Specman. There's no sound coming through, brother.
That's absolutely awful, and I don't know that I know why. That's scary. Okay, I think that was it. We'll have to improve my technique next time.
Not got the same song on YouTube? You can play it from YouTube? No.
No, I got kicked off of YouTube
All right.
twice.
Okay,
Yeah.
guys. Well, figure that out. Maybe find out why the hell that didn't play audio-wise. I think it's because your audio didn't match your StreamYard. Something like that.
Yeah. Maybe next time. Thank you, DNW. Good night, everybody.
Okay, take care, everybody. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Bye for now.